Good afternoon. I'm Ted Williams, Fox News. You all have said that these killings are targeted. Can you share with us why you believe they are targeted killings? And do you know who, if any, of the victims were the actual targets of the killings? Why you believe they are targeted killings? And do you know who, if any, of the victims were the actual targets of the killings? Why you believe they are targeted killings? And do you know who, if any, of the victims were the actual targets of the killings?
We stated earlier in the previous press release, or press conference, we believe they're targeted because we take the totality of all the circumstances that we're looking at. Do we know any?
What totality? What totality? The IGG tip?
One person that it was targeted. We're not able to say at this point in time due to our investigation, but we still believe that. But we, like I said, we take a totality of everything that we're looking at.
Let me just take you back to Sunday morning about 1:45. At that time, all 4 victims are back in this house. Now, there are 2 entrances to this home. One through that front door that has a coded lock. We've learned that at times that coded lock would be left off because a lot of people would come to this location for parties. And then there's a sliding back door. And Lawrence, there were 2 individuals in this home that was left untouched. Somebody the next day, around 9 hours after this incident was supposed to have taken place, called law enforcement. When law enforcement got here, they found that the door was unlocked. There was no forced entry. But, Lawrence, I can further tell you, at some stage there was an autopsy performed. The medical examiner said that there was blood all over this place, all on the walls, on the floors. It was a very vicious attack, and the weapon that the medical examiner said was a knife.
The names of the 4 University of Idaho students killed at an off-campus home over the weekend. Moscow police say 20-year-old Ethan Chapin of Conway, Washington, 21-year-old Madison Mogan of Coeur d'Alene, 20-year-old Xana Kernodle of Avondale, Arizona, and 21-year-old Kaylee Goncalves of Rathdrum, Idaho, were found dead yesterday around noon local time in Moscow. Moscow police said the 4 found are homicide victims. The University of Idaho has canceled classes today out of respect for the students.
We understand the public's frustration about not being provided a lot of information. We are working to the best of our ability to actually provide as much as possible. We intend to come out and solicit information from the public if they are within certain areas that we believe are of interest for this investigation.
Why you believe they are targeted killings, and do you know who, if any, of the victims were the actual targets of the killings?
We understand the public's frustration about not being provided a lot of information. We are working to the best of our ability to actually provide as much as possible. We intend to come out and solicit information.
coming in. We have investigators out every day interviewing people. We're still reviewing evidence. We're still looking at all aspects of this. And I said early on that no stone will go unturned. And I mean that. We are going to continue. This case is not going.
December 8th, 2022. Where are we in the investigation into the Idaho4, the University of Idaho, 4 slain students? Where are we in that investigation? Where are investigators in that investigation? You have a YouTube investigation, basically, and you have law enforcement investigation going on. Does social media help or hinder a real-time investigation? Let's start from the beginning. 11/11/2022. In the morning, Kaylee bought her Range Rover all by herself, then left her mom's house to go show Maddie her new car and hang out for the weekend. They had a fraternity party set, hanging out for the football game on Saturday. On 11/11 that evening, they were at a formal. That would be Maddie and Kaylee. On 11/12/2022 at 10:31 a.m., Maddie paid Kaylee with a note that said coffee. That was a Venmo transaction. 10:59 a.m., Ethan paid Kaylee with a note that said thank you. Again, a Venmo transaction. At 11:10 a.m., just 11 minutes later, Ethan paid Kaylee again through Venmo with a note that says, yeah, yeah, yeah. 2:30 p.m., Kaylee called her mom after sending pictures and telling her about how much fun her and Maddie had at the formal. The Vandal kickoff for that final game was at 4 p.m. on that Saturday, 11/12. So the pre-gaming at that house, 1122 King Street, that would have begun a couple hours before that 4 p.m. kickoff. At 8 p.m. on 11/12, usually football games last about 2.5 to 3 hours.
Now, it was senior day for the Vandals.
Obviously, depending on the game. At 8 p.m., Ethan and Xana are at a fraternity, the Sigma Chi house. And that is located at 735 Nez Pierce Drive.
What's up, guys? So now we're inside the lodge. We just do stuff like philanthropies, brotherhoods, and socials in here.
Yeah, basically whenever there's a big group of people, we just like to kick it and chill in here.
So this is our study. We have the largest study on campus. This is the main room where people work on group projects and stuff. And then we got stalls up top and whiteboard back there.
And this is kind of all of our awards that we won. These ones on the plaques up here, those are our Blue Petersons. That means we're in the top 10% of Sigma Chi's in the nation. And 2020, we won Chapter of the Year.
All right, so this is our fraternity standard, and this is what we recruit kids off of. It's man of good character, a student of fair ability with ambitious purposes, a congenial disposition, possessed of good morals, having a high sense of honor and a deep sense of personal responsibility.
So this is a 6-man for incoming freshmen. It comes with a living room, kitchen. We have 2 rooms. They each fit 3 people in them. And then a bathroom with dual vanity. So this is a standard 6-man kitchen. It comes with full appliances. You got a working oven, working fridge. So we don't have our own house chef, but with that we do have the cheapest house bill on campus, which is going to be $2,800 a semester. So this is going to be a standard 6-man room. Everyone gets their own desk, their own area, own closet. You can kind of customize it and make it your own. So each room has its own loft with 3 beds. It can fit a full and even a queen.
So as we come down out of the courtyard, this is the basketball hoop. This is just like where the guys hang out. We like to stretch the minds and the legs, just get athletic. Go for a shot. Right now it's empty around the court because we're working on putting bleachers in, so when you guys get up here, that'll be done.
Hey guys, my name is Luke Kawana. I'm one of the Derby Days chairmen up here for our chapter. We raise money for the Huntsman Cancer Foundation down in Salt Lake City. The past 3 years in a row, we've raised over $20,000, and this past year we just set a new record at over $30K. So something we take a lot of pride in. Throughout the week, we do a bunch of different events, and the sororities make their own banners to support our cause.
Sweet, well that just about wraps it up. Thanks for stopping by the house, guys.
At 8:40 p.m., Ethan Venmos Jack K. This would be the first of everybody getting to know the name Jack K. It is said that Jack K drives people like an Uber driver. So it is speculation right now, but I believe that 840 thanks Venmo pay was Jack K giving him and Xana a ride somewhere. They were at the Sigma Chi house at 8, and then I believe that Jack gave them a ride. And that is what the 840 thanks Venmo is. Again, is that speculation? Yes. But does it make sense? Yes. Because then the 9 o'clock to 1:45 unaccounted time begins. They were accounted for at the Sigma Chi, 8 o'clock, and then that 9 to 1:45 is the unaccounted time. 7 p.m. to 10 p.m., Maddie and Kaylee unaccounted for time. 4 p.m. until 1 a.m., unharmed roommates, Bethany and Dylan, unaccounted for. Again, Truth and Transparency believes that Ethan paid Jack K with a Venmo payment to give them a ride somewhere, meaning Ethan and Xana. A ride somewhere by Jack K, that's what he does. Maddie, Kaylee, they head on over to the Corner Club. It is a local hangout. They have grad students, undergrads, townies. They hung out until about, allegedly, 1:15, and then headed to the grub truck.
Out of houses are mostly centralized in this area. New information from Idaho State Police reveals two of the victims, Ethan Chapin and Xana Kernodle, were together Saturday night, November 12th. They went to a Sigma Chi fraternity party across from their home on King Road from 8 to 9 p.m. The other two victims, Kaylee Gonsalves and Madison Mogan, were at the Corner Club on Main Street. It's about a mile and a half away from the home on King Road. Police say they were there from around 10 p.m. to 1:30 a.m. After leaving the bar, the girls went to the grub truck just down Main Street from the Corner Club. It's about a 6-minute walk. They're seen in a video from the food truck, ordering food around 1:40 Sunday morning. U of I students tell us it's a common weekend routine to go from the Corner Club to the food truck. Idaho State Police says all four victims were back at the King Road house, a little more than a mile from the food truck, by 1:45 a.m. Sunday, November 13th. What unfolded after that is unclear.
It still is. Take a look at the way the cars were parked at the 1122 King Road residence. You have from left to right a Xana, Kaylee, Maddie's, and Ethan's Jeep along the first row of cars. Then you have a vehicle that's behind Ethan's Jeep, and it's going to be one of the two surviving roommates. But it wasn't. It was the vehicle of actually Ethan's sibling. The reason I said take a look at that. Where is the sixth car? There you go. All victims' cars. Where would be car 5 and 6, actually? Because as we would know later on, because this video that I made is from, December 7th of 2022. Notice how they originally said that from 8 to 9, Ethan and Xana were at the Sigma Chi house, and then that's why they were looking for, during all their pressers through the media write-ups every day, they wanted more information on the whereabouts or what was going on between 9 and 1:45 with Ethan and Xana. Do you guys remember that? So I'm able to answer my own question here, which is Dylan allegedly did not have a car. And the only car that we're missing then is Bethany's. And then you can go ask yourself what you think about Steve Gonsalves's comments about, hey, you never know when you guys are taking pictures, look through your photos, you never know what car you can see in the background. And somebody said they were somewhere else and it could show that they, really don't have an alibi and things like that. Accounted for in the first row. And then it's going to be either Bethany's or Dylan's car that's behind Ethan's. So one of their vehicles is missing. Why? Where was it parked that night? Was one of them not there that night? So the question is I do know that Bethany had a vehicle because she got pulled over in October. Where is Bethany's vehicle? Okay. Also, I'm going to tell you how me and my roommates were with the house that we lived in. There was no way in hell that Ethan would be parking his Jeep in the front row and taking up one of our spots. Also, think about it. Kaylee came in, and the reason that her car is where it's at is because she parked there on Friday and didn't move it probably again. Unless Kaylee went and got everybody coffee, right? Again, when your cars are parked, I live here, you don't live here type of thing. Why wouldn't you park in your own lot? Does someone not have a vehicle? The timeline will continue on part 2. All right, hey guys, welcome to Truth and Transparency. Welcome. We are going to bring in Hector. Here we go. A couple of things we're going to point out is we're going to take us back to December 23rd. The big thing here is now that we have revealed that allegedly they did not have Brian's name until December 19th, 2022, thanks to IGG, that tip. Okay. So the question now is, what did law enforcement do between 11/13 and December 19th? What were they doing? Literally, what were they doing? What were they doing? As we ponder that, we're going to take a look at December 23rd, 2022. I'm going to tell you that Cy Ray broke it to us and said that the wheels fell off the wagon on December 23rd, 2022. The wheels literally fell off the wagon. Well, what does that even mean when you think about that? I always say, I'm going to ride it till the wheels fall off. You know what I mean? I'm going to just, hey, I'm pot committed. This is what I believe in. This is my work. I'm in. But Cy Ray said when he testified that literally December 23rd, 2022, the wheels fell off the wagon. Okay. So before we get to December 23rd, 2022, I want us to take a look here at, I pulled out this affidavit of Maury this is the PayPal Venmo. I want you guys to take a look to show you guys that for us to say that we just have to concede on the AMs and PMs, okay? So here on 11/19/2022, I obtained a search warrant for PayPal Venmo. Okay. Now, I'm going to zoom in so that you can see it real big and bold. Oopsies. There we go. Now, on 11/21/2022, financial specialist agent Michael Douglas, yes, who's married to Catherine Zeta-Jones, received an email from PayPal Venmo with the requested information. Specialist Agent Michael Douglas. Okay. On 12/12/2022, comma, I received an email from Douglas which contained the requested information. The reason this is important and the reason I'm pointing this out is because I want to talk to you guys about they absolutely know how to do things. Okay? They absolutely know how to do things. For starters, this is the AT&T one. You know, where Brett Payne says that this is the affidavit of Brett Payne here. On 12/23, Brett Payne, this is the first search warrant for AT&T. The warrant was served on 12/23/2022 by email. On 12/23/2022, Lawrence Mowry received an email from AT&T which contained the request information. Well, we know that this is not true, right? Based off of Lawrence Mowry's testimony, right? Also, we know that they were putting down Nick Balance, his email down. So if they know how to talk about that, if one person gets an email and then that person sends it to somebody else, they document all of that. You see? They know how to document things. Okay. Also, same document. Just take a look at these people work late. It's a murder. 4 people were stabbed. At approximately 9:27, see that PM? See that? So when we just want to go ahead and assume, for example, that this first AT&T warrant here, where there is no AM or PM, okay? For us to just assume and to say, oh, it's got to be AM. Well, who the fuck truly knows? But, I mean, this is the first one that they did, though, right? And then they did the rest on everything on that day. I mean, how do you just miss this? How do you just miss marking that? You know what I mean? Yeah. Want to take a look, though, here. So this is December 23rd. So let's take a look. We're going to go ahead and say, for argument purposes, that this was AM. Okay. That would be 10:28. So I'm doing this also, you guys, everybody can follow along. So here you guys go. Let me go with black. Hold on. Maybe blue. Just so you guys know, that would be 10:28 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Okay? See that? So this is how busy they were December 23rd, 2022. All right, so at 10:28 a.m., the search warrant was served to AT&T. If that is correct, if they didn't go through the FBI, which maybe it would have like delayed it a little bit, okay? But that's 1:28 p.m. Eastern Standard Time because it's a 3-hour time difference. Okay, next. If you go and you grab the Reddit. Kaylee's Reddit. Okay. You will be able to locate that the next busy period was okay. Megan Marshall at 10:23 at 2:45 p.m. Megan Marshall is ordering a sealing of the search warrant and related documents to the Reddit. Okay. So ordered at 2:45 p.m. So that would be and that's 5. Why is that not working? That'd be 5:40 Eastern Standard. Okay. The reason we were talking about Eastern Standard is because AT&T is Eastern Standard Time. So 10:28, we have a search warrant that is served to AT&T. That's the first one. Then Payne says, hey, after I served this search warrant, then I just waited around until the search warrant came back. Okay. Which, let's go back and grab this. Okay, ready? I was able to find this 10:03 a.m. This is when Megan Marshall says that, okay, you get your search warrant. So now we can go ahead and write that at 10:03, search warrant applied. (10:03 a.m.) Then the search warrant is served at 10:28 a.m. 2:45 p.m. So this is everything to do with Megan Marshall. Megan Marshall is sealing the Reddit search warrant. Okay. Now, Payne is over here waiting. Payne is over here waiting to get this return back. Okay. He's waiting. All right. So then. Next document, the Google search warrant on December. I'll show you guys something. So this one that was signed at 2:45. When you look up here, December 23rd, see how it says 410. All right. The clerk, 407. 410, 407. So this document here was just handed off beforehand. And again, this is the Google search warrant. Kaylee with this account from August 1st to November 19th. This was applied for on 12/4, 2022. But then it came back. And again, so here we go. We have back to back. Oh, not that one. So we have Reddit. We have Google for Kaylee. Kaylee's Google. Sealed. It went through at 4:07 to 48 p.m. So it's like this, but then when they stamped it through, it was like this. This is how busy Megan Marshall was. So she's just dealing with all these search warrants all day on the 23rd. The wheels really fell off, okay? So take a look now. Let's go back to get this. Okay. All right. AT&T came back. The first warrant came back that day. Do you guys notice how it just says on 12/23/2022, Lawrence Mowry received an email from AT&T which contained the requested information. An inventory was prepared for all of the items received, and the information received was placed into evidence at the Moscow Police Department. Further, and there's Brett Payne. Okay. There's no time associated with that, so we don't know. And then someone can even check this page to see, okay, well, the receipt and inventory was made in the presence of, nothing was there. A copy here too was the following on the 23rd day of December 2022. Nothing is there. No times. So they kept it all under wraps on what time they got that back, the first search warrant, because what's been under scrutiny is, all right, so they don't want to tell us what time. Then I just want to point out to everybody, because you guys were asking me about about Reddit, just for the record. When they went for the second search warrant of Reddit, this is where so they went for Kaylee's on 11/20, but didn't serve until December 1st. This is when they went for Brian's, and that was on, what was the date? January 26th. On January 25th, I obtained a search warrant for Reddit.com. The warrant was served on January 26th. They didn't wait 11 days. So what I think everybody should take a note from with this is remember how they said it was just an open search to just find Brian Kober and his Reddit post or whatever? Just so we're clear, at no point did they try to obtain a search warrant for Brian's Reddit between December 19th, okay, and this date. Even after they say just in an open forum, we were able to Google it, and we located that he had some Reddit survey. Remember? Don't you think they would have probable cause for that? I do. So they didn't even attempt to, because they're trying to get these links. They're trying to link it to, hey, did one of them answer that? Or, you'd want to try to get your hands on this immediately, right? Let me show you what else happened here. You know how Ann Taylor was asking for all that discovery? On February 8th, I received an email from Reddit with a link to download the requested information. On March 22nd, the data was downloaded to compare. Look at that. Look at this. On February 8th, I received an email from Reddit with a link to download the requested information. They did not download Brian's Reddit information. Look at that. Let me tell you why they weren't too concerned. Let me tell you why they weren't too concerned. Ready? Because they had Kaylee's returns, right? And they know that Kaylee didn't respond to that. Okay. You'd have been all over this shit. Right? Or it's because you have Kaylee's and you saw that she responded to it. Right? Or here's a better one. Ready? Or option 3, which is don't download it yet because then we don't have to turn it over to the motherfucking defense, bitches. Oh, I'm going to go with 3. 3 looks way better. 3 is way better. The fuck out of here. Okay, back to the 23rd. Look at that. And now if you go back and you compare it to what Ann Taylor's asking for and when she's asking for these discovery supplementals, yep, just leave it there because then we don't have to turn it over. We don't have to turn it over. Now, sorry for interrupting our broadcast there. Let's back on out a little bit here. Oops, there you go. So December 23, 10 o'clock in the morning, boom. Search warrant, AT&T. We applied for it, got it at 10:03 a.m., 10:28 a.m. Served the search warrant to AT&T. Then at some point between 10:28 a.m. and 2:45 p.m., Megan Marshall is sealing the Reddit. Right after that, Megan Marshall is sealing the Kaylee's Google, what came back on Kaylee's Google. So that's back to back. So then we have, here we go. At 4:53 p.m., the reason it says 5:53 is that's because they're doing the paperwork in Salt Lake. Okay, so it's 4:30 or 4:53 though. Megan Marshall, AT&T. Number 2, and that's with the trace. Because here, as you can see, it's the historical record services, and then here's your pen, trap, and trace. So AT&T number 2 is the trap and trace. Prove me wrong. So Megan Marshall, Payne goes and visits her to get. He applies for it. Applies. And granted. Certified. Jennings. Okay. So you have between 4:53 p.m. All right. And how long do you think that like when do you think this came back? Well, that got me to thinking. Is there any chance? Is there any chance show again one more time that zoom in. Further, there is probable cause to believe that the use of a pen, register, and a trap and trace device will lead to law enforcement acquisition of real-time pen registry and or trap and trace information, and that this information would be evidence related to the crime or crimes of homicide, which are currently under the control of AT&T. The court finds that Brett Payne, investigating officer, and Ashley Jennings, senior deputy prosecutor, have certified to this court that the information likely to be obtained by such installation and use is relevant to an ongoing criminal investigation. And then I'm just saying, okay, well, what probable cause? And then this is when we find out that they use pages 1 through 15 of Exhibit A. We went over that yesterday. So coming back to this, okay, now we're going to have some fun. Ready? This is where the fun part starts. You guys know that handy dandy tool that you just go on your phone and you go to Google and I go to Google Maps, right? And so I would have to type in, like, let's say, Septo Apartments. Directions to 1122 King. Okay. 19 minutes, 11 miles. So here we go. "20 minutes, 11 miles. Then we're just going to call it the loop. And this is why I believe that Payne was asked to look at his affidavit and said, see that picture down there? He's like, yeah, it's a horrible picture. Okay. Where is it here? On all of my crap I have. Oh, here's just something else I wanted to show you guys. See how awesome they are about, like, on December 14th, I received an email from Detective Neal of the Post Falls Police Department stating he received the data to unlock the laptop, and the Detective Neal completed a forensic download of the data to the laptop. A copy of the inventory receipt was emailed to blank and blank. Like, they just easily just wrote in what the hell has happened. You know, like, they know what to do. They know what to do. Okay. They wanted Kaylee's Reddit. They wanted Kaylee's Reddit before they wanted the router information. Here's a reminder of that. Okay. That's crazy. Okay. So then back to our loop here. King Road to this loop here. So if you go King Road, I'm just going to call it Genesis. Yeah, Genesis. So if you do, then they have Blaine. I just want people to know that Blaine is before you would get to then Genesis. Okay. Okay. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. How many times did you guys hear about anybody going on a, in this area of Blaine? How many times have we heard to this date of them doing searches for, like, the knife or anything like that? I know that I haven't heard it. Have you guys? So do you think there's any report saying, since this loop-de-loop, wouldn't this be a really good area to, like, if he would have had to stop his car and got rid of a knife, like on this drive test, that you would have attempted to see that, you know? Okay, that's what I thought. Now, I did a video. It's my Jack Showalter video to show how long it would take you to leave out of Moscow and go to Boise, and go to the cabin that his parents had. And I noted how long each and every exit point was, and the gas stations, and what time frames you should be looking at each one of those gas stations with their surveillance to see if you could see somebody that would have had to get gas. Curious if that was in any of these reports. So, so King, Blaine, Genesis, because you're making like this loop, right? Well, Blaine, it's going to be from the King. It's going to be 11 to 13 minutes. Okay. To get to Genesis, 19 to 21, depending on what part. Okay. And then to go from Genesis to then Johnson. Okay. Then you could have either cut across to come back down around, or like they made the loop, but it came like up like this. So then from Genesis to 28 minutes. All in all, it was 56 to 1 hour and 2. So I'm going to write it a lot smaller for you guys to all get it. So this is me going nice and slow so you guys can have all the work. So the way that I understood, okay, when Ann Taylor asked a very specific question of, well, when did you start working on the search warrant number 2 for AT&T? They refer to the first warrant as the 48-hour warrant. So then when did you start working on, well, right after I got the return back from the 48-hour warrant, the second warrant, or the first warrant. That's when he starts working on the second warrant. Now, the reason that Anne asks him this is because it's very, very relevant. Depending on what information you put in to tell and to say, that's why they've been asking, like, okay, well, what did you tell them to get probable cause to be able to say X, Y, and Z, which is that the car and the phone were moving along the same pattern, like meaning like they're on this map together, and here's the phone, okay, and then here's a white car sighting, 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 like that, okay. But what the data shows is that you have over here in Pullman, you have a different model. And then over here in Moscow, you have a model. And then you don't have any models in between until you get back over here by Pullman. And it's back with the same type of model that you originally had in Pullman. And this model over here is a 2011, 2013, right? Because this is Idaho. This is Washington, Pullman. Okay. And so you're basically saying that these two, the car and the phone, are traveling together. Okay. Just helping those to understand like where we're going. Next. So everybody that's been doing the probable cause, (2:44 a.m., 2:47 a.m., and 2:53 a.m.). If you follow this case, those are very important times because BK's phone is reporting, they say, reporting to a network. Okay. And then BK's phone is consistent with moving, where then they say that they're able to see a white 2014 to 2016 Honda Elantra. And then nobody wants to talk about the fact that this 9-minute gap, okay, nobody wants to talk about this 9-minute gap where like the car basically is in the same location. That's fine. And then we have this other huge gap, which is then going to be at 3:26 a.m., 3:28 a.m., 3:29 a.m. And this is the 700 block of Indian Okay. And this is over here in Moscow. Between 2:53 a.m. and 3:26 a.m., no cameras have this white car. To travel from Pullman before you get to this 700 block. None. None. 326. Then it's on Steiner. Then it's at the King Road. And then it's the way that they put it in the PCA, they just want to say that 329 to 420. It made 4 passes, with the 4th pass starting at 4:04 a.m. So your first 3 are from 3:29 a.m. to 4:04, and then your last one, the vehicle's there from 4:04 to 4:20. And then it leaves up out Walenta. Okay. Now, mathematical people over there. 4:20 a.m. If it's going to leave and go to Blaine, it's going to be a 9-minute to 11-minute drive. And you said it was traveling at a fast, rate. 4:30, 4:32. Okay. Again, but no white car. No videos of Brian. Like during all of this. So no white car seen anywhere in Blaine. And then here, the next magical number that we hear about is 4:48 a.m. And it's because they say Brian turned on his phone. This is the state's version. Okay. And when the phone turns on, right? Payne, did you take a drive test? Did you see where you were be at? Did you do any of this shit? Well, I just showed you guys where we should be. But Genesee is going to take us 19 to 21 minutes to be up over here. And so if we zoomed out of there at 4:20, okay, at 4:40, we should be like easily there. At by 4:48, we should be, I mean, if we're going 60, we're 8 miles past that. Okay. So they have some times, they have a big gap here to make up. In my opinion, 8 minutes is a big gap for me if someone's just driving and doing this loop, like they say. Now, the next time that we have to care about any big numbers is when, let's see, don't want to lose anybody here. It's when, there we go. Let me zoom in for you guys. Straight from the docs. On November 13th at approximately 2:42 a.m., the 8458 phone was utilizing cellular resources that provided coverage to 1630 Northeast Valley Road. But guys, think about it. It would be able to hit a radius. So it's not just like, okay, he's at his apartment. Okay, no cameras are there. At approximately 2:47 a.m., the 8458 phone utilizes cellular resources that provide coverage southeast of Culver residence, consistent with the phone leaving, or it could be leaving anywhere. It's just moving, right? That's what. This is consistent with the movement of the white Elantra. This is consistent with the movement of the white Elantra. Of the white Elantra. I said it back 2 years ago, and I will say it again. I believe 100%, I said it back then, and I'll say it again right now. This, in my opinion, is 100% this vehicle here. Not a doubt in my mind that that's Brian's. I said it then, it was Brian's. Because this vehicle here is a 2014 to 2016 white Honda Elantra. Brian was driving that night. And I didn't even know at the time that Brian was driving that night. But I said very sternly, I said that this vehicle is not the same vehicle that is on Moscow's campus. And Moscow is going to have a very, 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 very difficult time proving that the white car here is the same white car there. And that's so, so important, especially if you're going to put Brian on this vehicle here. Okay? If you're putting him on this vehicle here, then we know he's here. Now, how are you going to say that the vehicle that you have driving around in Moscow is now him? How are you going to do that? Especially if the cell data doesn't support it whatsoever, meaning the towers that you went and got. So how I had to do a case, I was like, okay, let me look through all the cell towers, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile. And I would type in, because I'm looking for certain cell phone numbers to see if they pop up, to see if that person was calling anybody, texting anybody. Okay. Then I was even going as far as saying, okay, let me see if people that they know. So then I have to go through the damn list of names of who these phone numbers are registered to see if then they have any connection to the person that I'm looking for. Or you just have to have a special eye to be able to sense something that's off. But like that's the type of policing you would do in the beginning. And his number showed nowhere up that it came, and immediately Payne's like, in law enforcement, they're saying, well, he shut his phone off. He didn't bring it with him. But wait, he has it with him when he's moving around in Pullman. So you can't have it both ways. So you can't say he left it at home because it's moving around right here. So then you're going to say, oh, he must have shut it off. He turned it in airplane mode. Well, from everything that I've learned, I don't care if you have it in airplane mode, Google's still going to be able to track you. When they get if you have like Gmail and shit like that. Yeah, good luck. Next. The phone stops reporting to the network. Okay, we know all that. Go to this right here. The 8458 phone does not report to the network again until approximately 4:48 a.m., at which time it utilized cellular resources that provide coverage to Idaho State Highway 95 south of Moscow near Blaine. Near Blaine. And I said, holy shit. He should be like near Blaine. What? Why would he only be that far? That doesn't make any sense. Because if you left at 4:20 and you're just traveling out and you're going to make this little loop-de-loop that they're talking about, he would be to Blaine in like by 4:30, 4:33. 4:48. Be by Blaine? What the fuck is he doing? Like, you'd be way past that point. Like, way past that point. So wouldn't that be another reason that you would have then went? And is there like a gas station? Is there something that's there that he needed gas? Or, I mean, what's going on here? Okay. Just you would do things. You would, as an investigator, you would know that, hey, it only takes this much time to get from this point to this point. What are these extra 15 minutes? Just like when the car would have come down from Pullman, it should have been to, I mean, especially if he doesn't have his phone on him, that means he's not using Google Maps. He's not using anything. He's just driving aimlessly down these roads, and he knows exactly where he's going because he practiced it so much. Well, that doesn't make any sense, because once you do some dry runs, I mean, so going back over here. Between 4:50 and 5:26 a.m., the phone utilizes cellular resources that are consistent with the 8458 phone traveling south on Idaho State Highway 95 to Genesee's what? Then traveling west towards Uniontown, Idaho, and then north back into Pullman. Now that's telling me that it went across and didn't do your little loop-de-loop. It looks like what you're trying to say is that it's moving not north and south. It's very interesting. Anyways, so let me ask you guys a question. Why do you think that they couldn't just say, ready? See, the most obvious answer is going to be the time, right? So if I was doing this case, and I'd be like, okay, let's say that he went straight back to Pullman, because that's what they put in the probable cause. They said that the reason that we think that his apartment's going to be lit up like a Christmas tree is because he went straight back home and he just went into his house and he probably took a shower and there's going to be whatever. So if that's the case, you would have been checking the cameras at 4:40. Then you would have also had to ask these people if their cameras were actually accurate. All these cameras that you're going to be checking, are they accurate? Are they off? Some of them are off 3 hours. Some of them are off. Do you know how difficult that is? You know what a pain in the ass that is? That is such a pain. Okay. Especially if you're using multiple cameras, right? And then you have to, okay, how are we determining that this camera? So then you have to watch multiple cameras and pay attention to the cars and pass them back and forth. Then you have to get a time of day that how you're going about labeling that is an accurate timestamp. Okay. Especially if you just started doing this on December 20th, December 19th. Okay. So you would have been checking for cameras in that area at 4:40, 4:50, 450. But for you to go all the way to say, okay, let's just watch this camera and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. You guys, I found one. I found a car that's a white sedan. I found it and it's at 5. What do they have here? 527. At approximately 5:30 a.m., this 8458 phone is utilizing resources that provide coverage to Pullman at 5:30. They're saying, and that's consistent with the phone traveling back to Koberger's residence. Okay. The 8458 phone's movements are consistent with the movements of the white Elantra that is observed traveling north on Stadium Drive at approximately 5:27 a.m. Are you shitting me? Wait, what did you just do? Let's talk about the cameras. Fuck the phone. Okay, take the phone out of the equation. Let's talk about these cameras. You're saying basically that you found a white sedan at 5:27 a.m. and that you are just saying, there it is, 133 Johnson coming out of Bishop, right? How? What the fuck? This is Tina with the Fuck Transition Services. Take the phone out of all of this. Take the phone out and read this as if you're just talking about this vehicle. Okay. We're going to watch this. We're going to watch this camera. We're going to watch this camera. Watching. Oh my God, guys, I see it. I found it. I found a white vehicle. It's definitely a white sedan. Okay, what do you got? When do you have it? Oh, I have it here. I have it getting off Bishop. Then I have it turning on Stadium right here. 5:27. How can you just go ahead and say, oh my God, that is like, do you understand how hard it is to say in a radius of 500 yards? Let me tell you what they didn't have probable cause with in another case. They didn't have probable cause in a 500 radius, 500 yards, saying that there was not probable cause to determine that vehicle that was traveling in a 500 basically circle, that they couldn't get probable cause to say that was somebody's truck that had left a residence and went to another location, all within a 500 yard, like 700 yards in Idaho. In Idaho. Okay. Remember, this is what got the arrest of Brian Koberger. Okay. And this is what a Frank's is happening. Okay. This is where the wheels fell off on the 23rd. And this is why the wheels fell off. It's because, guess what? They decided that Brian Koberger is our guy. We know he is our guy. We need more evidence. Okay. And on December 23rd, they decided to violate the fuck out of your rights, my rights, and Brian Koberger's rights by completely lying. How in the actual fuck can you say? Look, you can see page 15. Where's it at? Where's that lovely 15 at? There it is. If I'm a juror, you want me to believe, well, actually, fuck being a juror, because I'm going to get to that point. As a judge, you have to ask yourself, okay, if you take out all of this stuff that's in the probable cause that talks about the phone and the vehicle matching up allegedly, if you take that out, what do you have? What do you have? The reason that you're going to be taking that out is because the evidence doesn't support it. Because Brian isn't over here doing this loop-de-loop. Okay? Brian doesn't do this. That's not where he's at. Because you have somebody else saying that Brian's over here, right? So let me ask you guys this now. This is where it gets interesting if you're a defense attorney, because you have to talk about strategy. If Brian's vehicle's over here and they have all their eggs in this basket, that this is the path, we got the phone going like this, we got the car going like this, and you come in and you got Brian's vehicle over here, or I'm sorry, Brian's phone over here. And you're going to have Brian identify, or somebody's going to have, 2014, 2015, or 2016, that's the vehicle that's here in Washington and goes this way, right? They want it to go, here's King Road, and then it's going to come back around here. All right. All of this was used to obtain the arrest of Brian. Because they needed it. Because they needed it. They needed this to get it, to get his arrest. You want to know something that's interesting is in the Dan Moore, Brian Drake case, cast report, the cast report in that case doesn't support any of the video surveillance. It has all of these cameras off by like 10 minutes, which then would be useless if you're trying to talk about a vehicle moving. If the cast report is showing that, well, based on our records, we don't have this phone call happening until this point, and when that phone call was happening, this person was over here making that phone call, not over here. They were right here. Well, that's funny though. The surveillance cameras show that they're over here at that point, because the surveillance camera showed at 7:38 that they're here. So then the cameras must be off, right? Because cast has them over here at 7:38, but the cameras have them over here at 7:38. Well, something's wrong. December 23rd, 2022. How in the world can you say a car from a different campus with a different year attached to it is the same vehicle on a different campus X amount of minutes later, almost an hour later to be exact? Different model, different year. What are you gonna do? Is the jury just going to ignore that? Then I keep saying, like, fuck that. Do not rely on juries to see this shit. Prove it here in court and show how dirty they just did this whole thing. There's not enough time. There was no drive test that was done. They can't say they took a drive test. What time do you think that they got the first warrant back? Then he says he starts working on the second warrant. But he doesn't really know anything about those type of warrants because I don't know what I'm talking about because I don't do this shit. Well, then why are you writing it up if you don't even know what you're doing? Then they want to say, and nobody wants to talk about this, then they want to say the next morning, okay, here's Brian. Well, first of all, let me talk about this. If you didn't go and get those WSU cameras or businesses and stuff like that, just so we're clear, December 20th, from when the murders were, we're looking at, it's to get video. If it's just 30 days, it would have been passed for them to get all the surveillance over there. So I can't wait till we find out, like, what are the dates on what are the reports that when you asked for this surveillance that was on WSU's campus, whether they were, businesses. I mean, the dates of the cameras. When did you get those? Okay. Because it's outside the 30 days. Next, you're going to tell me then in the morning when supposedly his vehicle and him and his phone, because he doesn't shut it off this time, that he drives, leaves his apartment, gets into Moscow, is there from 9:12 to 9:21 on the same towers that service the King Road house, right? And then is back at home by like 9:36 or 31 or something like that. Again, no cameras anywhere with this. No loopy. Don't you think Meghan Marshall, when she would have read this, or I don't know, anybody would have read this, and they said, wait a second, his phone, he wasn't pinging off of any towers in Moscow during that time? No. Okay, well, you know what? We need to go listen back to something. We need to listen to, hey, Andy, are you still in here? If you are, what was the date that Maury testified? I just thought of something. Oh, here we go. They gonna play it all? All right, let me share this. Thank you. I found it. There we
called a Moscow police detective to the stand as part of their motion to compel prosecutors to release additional evidence in the case. Questioning focused on his work on reports in the case, specifically when it came to cell phone records. The defense asked very specific questions about how he used computer programs in those reports, and what he did and did not do with them. Prosecutors did not spend much time asking the witness questions. At this point, the defense did not tip their hand as to why they were so focused on the detective's work. So another hearing.
That's what they offered us. Okay, wow, that's why I don't rely on that. Jesus. What a joke.
What did I produce? As far as the AT&T records?
I want to know what training had you received by then to do this CAST Biz program?
The 2019 training.
Okay. What training?
Well, the CAST, I believe it was in 2019, and then I also did it again last year.
And the CAST that you took in 2019, that was the ENDICAC, is that right?
That was without that again, right?
And the CAST that you took last year was October of 2023, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was the actual CAST training?
They were both done by actual CAST members. I'm not sure if one was sponsored by the other, but they were both owned by FBI CAST members.
And Your Honor, if I can approach.
Yes, thank you.
Detective Mallory, I'm putting in front of you what's labeled as Defendant's Exhibit O, and those are 2 certificates for training. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So the one that's from 2019, what did that cover?
That covered the use of the CAST Biz software.
And what did the one in 2023 cover? Your Honor, I move for admission of Defendant's O.
The objection?
No objection.
Okay, those are exhibit. Oh, no objection. Thank you.
Detective Mallory, how many total hours do those certificates represent of CAST training?
I apologize, I didn't look, it was a week long. That was actually a couple of days each time. 2 days a piece of this, but so the 2019 shows 24 hours, the 2023 says 16 hours.
Thank you, Detective.
That's like nothing.
Thank you.
Detective, you've written some reports in this case, is that correct?
Yes.
I want to talk about 2 particular reports right now.
Okay, here we go. 2 particular reports.
One is from May the 5th of 2023. Do you recall that report, or should I bring a copy of that to you? I can definitely do that.
Okay, May 5th, 2023. May 5th, 2023 that's one of the reports that Anne has, I think, said that she had a draft of. He's looking over his report. This would have been right before, like
We have a hearing next door.
we're not
So that's
going to have a preliminary hearing.
Detective Mallory, does that appear to be your report from May 5th of 2023?
Yes.
And Your Honor would move for admission of Defendant's P.
That's P.
P, like Paul.
All right. Any objection? Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Exhibit P is admitted. No objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Mallory, I do not have a police report for the other one that I want to talk about today.
Wait, what? Greek row. Oh, shit.
Okay. Now, what I want to understand is we're talking about documents or records or logs that can be created by a CASBIZ program. The report that you wrote that I received today, when did you learn about those documents that exist according to that report?
The session logs I found from yesterday.
Why did you come to find them yesterday?
It's a very good search.
Okay. And those are things that existed for quite some time. Is that correct?
We did.
And when you wrote about your work with CASBIZ in May of 2023, did you document those items?
No.
Tell me what you found when you were preparing for the motion to compel today.
I found session logs that were sent to me from the FBI.
All right. And
okay, let me tell you what he means. So, session logs, because when Payne filled out he said that Mowry got the email. He said the detective Mowry got the email on December 23. So hold on, let me pull this stupid shit up. Where is this? It's complete backwards bullshit. Okay, here we go.
in those session logs, how many files were there?
I don't remember. I think there were 6 or 7 different items inside.
Did you look at the CASBIZ 48-hour file?
I don't remember if I did it was on the reception.
Did you look at it yesterday in preparation for this hearing?
I attempted to.
All right. And how about the CASBIZ full log?
I attempted to yesterday.
I noticed in your report that there were several items that you listed. Were those from these CASBIZ logs that you attempted to look at yesterday?
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to, you need to speak up a little bit, or just telling me to pick up a little bit.
There were some files that were in the session logs, there were other files that were not.
Well, let's start with the 48-hour. What was contained in there?
What?
There's older 48 hours that was the AT&T records, the original records, and there's a 48-hour session log. I don't know which one they're at.
Let's go with the session log. What was in there?
Appeared to be the AT&T records that possibly were inputted, as well as some JSON files that were probably produced by CASBIZ.
JSON files were produced by CASBIZ. Is that right?
I would assume that. I didn't create those files.
What date were they created?
I believe one was in December.
Boom. There it is. One was in December. I didn't create those though. There it is.
The other was in April.
December of what year?
22.
And April of what year?
23.
Could you?
Boom. There you go. Cast. The wheels coming off. Holy fucking shit. Just like, I don't know, when you just get way more information and you go back and you listen to these dipshits talk, it's just like, wow, they are just literally slowly just walking off the cliff.
You tell who created those?
I could not.
How did you get those?
I was provided those via email.
By who?
Nick Balance of the FBI.
What did you do with those?
Nick Balance.
I gave them as soon as I realized they were in my possession. I had contacted the prosecutor and gave them.
Okay, boom. You understand that what I believe he is saying here, holy shit. his was the email. I think he's saying that those were the first results, because yeah, those are the 48 results.
And that would be just yesterday, is that correct?
Yes.
What did you do with them prior to that time?
They were sent to me. I put them in a folder and I didn't do anything else with them. That's
Wait.
why I forgot them.
Okay, and that was the 48-hour file?
You forgot them?
Our session log, yes.
How about the full file? What was contained in there?
The full file is like the pen, trap, and trace.
Similar items to the 48.
What is the full file?
I believe that was the second AT&T return that we got via warrant. I wasn't able to open it to verify it.
That brings up a question for clarification. When you say second warrant return, are you talking about something that relates to Brian Koberger?
Yes.
Yes, there was 2 warrants that were originally written. One that covered a 48-hour period for the cell phone.
The 2030, bitch.
And there was one that was later done for a longer period of time.
And those are what you're referring to as the warrants 1 and warrant 2?
Correct. Okay. 48 and one for the longer period.
In the report that I just received today, there was reference to a loped bar file. What's that?
It is a file that I received from Agent Balance.
When did you receive that?
Honestly, the modification or the email, I honestly don't remember. Unfortunately, it was yesterday and I didn't throw this stuff together. So,
okay. So that was one that you just found yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. Did you open that?
I don't recall opening it. But
yeah, you did.
I don't recall it.
How about the CDR.S.XLSX file?
Ooh. Yeah, that's the CSL.
Was that, and CDR, what does that stand for?
All detail records.
Oh!
Did you open that?
I don't remember if I did not.
Oh, shit!
Did you open it yesterday?
I don't remember. I was looking for it. Once I
You don't remember it was yesterday.
How they came into my presence or in my possession. That's where I started to focus.
Okay. How about the export.kmz file? When did you find that file?
I had found that one yesterday.
Do you know when that came into your possession?
Some time ago.
Did you open that?
I believe I did on my laptop.
What did that show you?
It showed me different locations and so forth on a map.
Those 3 files that we
They're
just
so
talked
fucked.
about, along with the CASFIZ 48 and the CASFIZ full, are those copied so that I can have those now?
Yes.
And you referred to emails. How many emails did you find when you were preparing for this hearing?
There was 5.
Are those included for me to have now as well?
Yes.
Thank you. In the report that I received today, there was a reference to drawings.json file. What's that?
It was a JSON file that was inside the CASFIZ session logs.
What does that depict?
It's just data that CASFIZ would use, I'm guessing, to replot something on the map to actually show locations or other things.
Did you do anything with that file when you found it yesterday?
I did open that file, yes.
Okay. What did that show you when you opened it?
There were references to 2 locations inside.
2.
When you open it, does it just say here's 2 references, or what does it show you when you open it?
It's different code, but there is some plain language or plain English, plain text inside of that code that show 2 addresses.
Did you use that file? Well, let me ask this first. That file that contains code, do you use that with the CASFIZ program?
I attempted to load the session file in its entirety and it received errors, so I was not able to. That's why I went into the JSON file to see if there was something I could see reference.
Is that file usable?
I'm sure it is to someone.
What is the restriction for you?
I don't know what restriction it is. I don't know what to do with that file outside of, if I could possibly bring it into the cast is. I tried to pull it in as a combined session log, which is what I was trained to do. So I didn't get that. I didn't pull that file.
What were you trying to do?
Is that file available on a Discovery Drive for me?
Provided to the prosecutor today.
Thank you.
You gave it to him today? Okay.
In the report that I just got today, there's a reference to another cast biz session and some screenshots. What is that about?
I believe you're talking about just the regular 48 hours folder.
I don't know. I'm curious.
So that I provided two folders. One was cast biz and one was just my last name of Maori. That was to differentiate the files that I found that were provided to me and the folder of the files that I use to create this report.
Okay. Cast biz is the files that you found while preparing.
Correct.
And the one that says Maori is what you used to create your May 3rd report of 2023.
Yes.
Okay. I think I understand that now. In that file, I think your report said you found screenshots dated April 19th of 2023.
Yes.
All right. Does that mean that's the day that you put things into your CastViz program?
That was the day that I made the screenshots themselves.
Okay. Where are those screenshots now? Are those also included on the drive?
Yes.
Okay. And then your report dated 5/3 said that you were asked to examine the record. So I'm a little confused if you had something that you took screenshots of on 4/19, but on 5/3 you were asked to examine the record. What were you doing on 4/19 or before to get those screenshots?
So I was tasked, the date was May 3rd for the report. It's not the date that I asked.
Okay. What day were you asked to do?
I do not remember. I'm gonna guess that it was somewhere around April 19th. That's when the screenshots were created.
Okay. Let's talk about that time frame then and what you did. Did you actually use a CastViz program at that time to create something?
Yes.
The CastViz program that you used at that time, and we're talking about springtime of 2023, we'll call it April for now, if that's fair. What training had you received by then to do this CastViz program?
The 2019 training.
Okay. With the CastViz program, what's the first thing that you did?
Once the program is open, you can drag and drop the CDR records into the program.
CDR means call detail records.
Right.
Did you do just 48-hour records or did you do full records in April of 2023?
I only did the 48-hour records.
When you put the records in, those are the call detail records, and those relate to what?
To the phone that the records were coming back to.
The number you associated with Brent Koberger.
Right.
Okay. After you put those call detail records in, do you have to do anything with cell towers?
Okay, guys. We have to just ask this. It's just a, maybe I just seriously have lost it myself, but this is where this is where the wheels just completely fall off for me. Why in the world didn't the FBI just do this themselves? Number one. Number two is, wouldn't this have already been done way before April 19th? If you got a search warrant after the 48-hour records to be able to get the AT&T second warrant. It's because of the work that you did with the 48-hour records on December 23rd. And people want to say there's nothing to see here. This guy is being asked to do a job that's already been done, allegedly. Okay, why is he doing anything on April 19th? Oh, because we have to show it to the grand jury, of course. The grand jury that we are secretly putting together, so we do not have to have a preliminary hearing. But it should have already been done. Right? Ann Taylor and Cy Ray and Mathis and Jay Weston, they are going to completely, literally shred the fuck out of Idaho on January 23rd. I don't give a fuck what Hitler does. They're going to destroy to shreds the state on January 23rd. I will be pre-gaming for it. This is insanity.
With the AT&T, no, because the cell tower locations are in the AT&T CDR.
Okay. So you put that record in, the tower locations are already part of the call detail record that you put in?
Yes.
Is that something that you have electronic on your computer and then you open your CastFish program and just import it into the program?
Yes, AT&T provides both PDF and text documents of the file, and I use the text documents to put into CastFish to have it adjusted.
And when you do that, what gets exported?
Nothing. At that point, nothing is exported or created that I know of.
Can you export the session that you're working on?
You can export a session log, yes.
Did you do that?
No.
How did you create screenshots?
By using the built-in Windows snip tool, as well as the built-in Windows game console, or they call it the game bar, which is just accessed by hitting Windows G. That allows you to record your screen.
Are those the only two things you did, is screen clip and screen record?
Yes.
How many times did you use call detail records in the CastViz program?
Probably a dozen times. I'm not entirely sure.
That was a terrible question. How many times did you use the CastViz program in relation to Brian Koberger's call detail records?
I don't know. So
more than once?
I recall doing it for the grand jury because I wasn't the main lead in the call detail records investigation.
Wait, what?
Right
Right
there.
there.
I don't understand what that means.
Yes, they should have got
the
him.
main person looking at those call detail records.
Who was?
You weren't the main person with the call detail records, but you put them in the CastViz program anyway?
Who
The
was?
grand jury requested.
Who was?
Okay.
I was requested for the grand jury.
What did you rely on in producing those? Producing whatever you produced for the grand jury?
Rely on what did I produce? As far as the AT&T records?
I want to know what you relied on to do that, to produce something for the grand jury.
I don't understand the question.
Okay. You weren't the main guy with the call detail records or with the CastViz programming. Did I understand that much right?
There was another investigator that was doing that.
Oh,
Okay.
oh yes.
But you end up involved in it somehow in April of 2023, is that right?
That's when I was asked to examine the data to provide that for.
And right there, that's where the lie is, guys. That's where, okay, so Maury testifies here that I didn't do any of that stuff. I wasn't asked to do anything to do with this until motherfucking April. Okay. I didn't even know this stuff existed because I didn't even know it was in my email. I never opened it. And so correct me if I'm wrong, guys. Think about this. If that stuff was just chilling in Maury's email because it was sent to his email address, how could Payne work on something that was sent to Maury's email address and Maury never even knew it was there? Well, because Payne was just working with the FBI one that they got sent. Oh, you think the FBI got sent one? Because the report says that AT&T sent and was instructed to send it to Maury. This is the best part.
Okay. Was that all of your instruction?
What do you mean with that?
Well, you're asked by somebody else who's actually doing this part of the investigation in the case to produce something for the grand jury to use.
What?
And I'm
Come on,
curious
buddy.
about what you relied on, what you to get to that point.
Toe tag this
I wanna know all the
motherfucker.
records you relied on, all of the emails, all of the conversations you relied on to
Yes.
produce this thing
Yeah,
that
daddy.
you're not the expert for.
So I wrote the affidavit for the AT&T records, received the AT&T records. Those records were also given to another investigator who was the main investigator doing the CDR records. Prosecution then asked me to provide or create some type of visualization of the call detail records and examine the call detail records for the 4 hours in question.
4 hours that were in question?
Just to be really sure, when you talked about writing the 2 warrants for AT&T, we're talking about 2 warrants that relate to Brian Koberger. There were a lot of other warrants. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
I just want to be really clear on that.
She needs to be really clear on that. This is unbelievable.
You've taken the CAST training. Is that right?
Yes.
And you know there's a way to save your session. Is that correct?
Yes.
And there's also a way just to hit reset and delete your session. Do you know that part too?
Mhm.
And back in April, when you were creating something for the grand jury, you hit reset. Is that right?
Or I just deleted the files out of it. I don't remember if I had reset or delete. You can delete them individually as well.
You don't remember which thing you did,
I do.
but you decided to delete what you'd created.
I don't know. I didn't delete anything. I didn't create the session log, so I don't know how I would delete it. You delete the reference of the file in the software, but the file itself is not good.
Deborah. Moonvale. These people just. Kay
I want to
Miller.
make sure I understand.
Colleen.
The record, the AT&T record still exists. You didn't delete that.
Correct.
But the session, when you put that in to the CAST Biz program, and it does its thing with the call detail records, which includes tower references, you either deleted that session or you chose to reset. Did I understand that right?
Is that right?
Create a session log. I don't know how I would delete it. I just removed the reference to the file, the main file from the software at some point. I don't know when I did that.
What is that protocol?
You don't know when you did that?
No, you can close the software without hitting reset or delete.
And then it would just stay there.
I deleted that.
And you can also export your session if you get interrupted and you want to come back and work on it, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that
Did you do
right?
that? You left it up and running at some point and then did something that didn't save it. Is that right?
The session log was never create,
What?
did not create a session log. The CDR records I was dealing with is relatively small. There's no need to do that because I can ingest the files right back into Cascades in a short amount of time.
Your Honor, just for clarity, may I approach? I have another exhibit to show him.
Yeah, because he's not making a lick of sense here. Approach
Let's
this. Let me just.
Thank you.
Oh wow, Anne's an all-out approach. I'm just kidding. Again, welcome to the transparency. Make yourself known. Thumbs it up. Unreal. Shit's going down in Moscow, Idaho. On the stand is Lawrence Mowry, one of the detectives from Moscow Police Department, who worked hand in hand with Payne. Clearly not. And Anto just handed him an exhibit. This is from May 23rd, 2023 rather, sorry. Right, yeah.
Are you familiar with the document that was handed to you that's marked Defendants W?
Yes.
W.
And have you seen that before?
I have.
Is that something that you were taught from the CAST Users Guide?
I'm sure I was. It's also included in the software that can be readily assessments.
Okay. And Your Honor, would move for admission of Defendants W?
Thank you. No objection. Okay, that exhibit W is admitted.
Thank you.
No objection.
The CAST
In
user
your training, were you also taught from the CAST Field Users Guide?
I believe so.
I'm about ready to switch gears on you and talk a little bit more about videos for a second, but if I can have just one moment, Your Honor.
Sure. Thank you.
Let's switch gears for just a minute. You, during the course of your work, did you make contact with the Idaho Department of Transportation?
Holy shit.
To talk about some of the cameras that cover main roads coming into and out of Moscow? And did you attempt to make preservation of any items? What items did you want preserved?
I was trying to see if they had saved video or still images from those files.
What did you learn?
That they do not retain those.
Did you, when you say they do not retain those, do you mean they don't retain videos or pictures or both?
Both.
Did you do a preservation for anything?
Not recall studying actually a preservation letter out.
Okay. Your Honor, if I can have another exhibit provided.
Yes.
What the fuck did you do, Mowry? I saw your sloppy work back in frickin' as soon as they released all those search warrants. I was like, who filled this shit out? I sure did. I called that shit then. I said, this is all going to be a huge sloppy problem. Now we know. How pissed off were you that you weren't lead? I think he was kind of pissed off that he wasn't lead detective. You've been there for how many years, and then just Payne comes in and he just did you muff it on purpose, or you just, maybe you're not even qualified to do any of this. I'd be pissed. So he didn't preserve, he was looking for surveillance cameras in and around Moscow, Idaho. Like, go check out our I think I just even played that video where I showed you guys all the different cameras that were in the area. He just muffed it. You didn't preserve any of that. Like, this is, you guys. I mean, immediately you have no idea how this guy or whoever did this was to leave up out of Moscow, Idaho, right? So you want to preserve all these cameras. That's what I'm understanding right here. This is unbelievable. This is just so bad. Like, and you just gotta laugh, because if you don't laugh, you'll just cry. I mean, think about this. This is like a situation like the Delphi case. What do you recognize that exhibit?
So these are emails that I was trying to find some kind of contact information for windy.com, the website that does weather-related information, as well as has some links to images from cameras that are covering the highway.
Covering
And
the highway.
Did you learn that you could have some still shots preserved?
I did.
Did you have some still shots preserved?
I did not.
Fuck you.
For admission of defendants PP. Oh, Dr.
That's what, I'm sorry, PT?
Double P. Yes.
PP! Okay.
Yeah.
Exhibit PP is exhibit or admitted, no objection.
No shit, no objection, Judge. This is 101, motherfucker. Nope, we're just not gonna get any stills.
When we started talking, we talked about you.
Remember I told you guys, there's no camera footage of Brian from this white car coming from Washington, okay, to Moscow to say, this is the same car. They just suck. They're just bad. And you have to ask yourself, are they bad, this bad, or are they, come on, man.
You kind of being the guy that would book or take videos in from different agencies, even if you didn't verify what was on the device you received. Is that right?
Yes. Is that right?
And do you, I have a specific one a couple of them I want to ask you about. One is from Red Star Coffee Shop. Do you recall receiving that video?
Red Star Coffee Shop. Come on, guys, write it down.
And are you aware that it was hooked in or brought in by Idaho State Police?
Oh, shit. Oh, those chumps? Talk about it, Ann. Fuck
How would
them.
I find out about those videos?
Who brought it in?
I don't know. You'd have to go through the USB drives to find out what was given. I was just given the mass USB drives. I was not given them by the people that were bringing them in for time. Given to them after it had been handed off to other investigators and other assistants that were helping with the house.
Is there somebody else I should ask about specific ones to track where they went?
I don't know. I don't have that.
Excuse me, Idaho State Police put this in. Oh, was it fucking?
Sure.
Was it that sugar tit? Was it Leslie Lehman, that sugar tit?
Thank you, Detective Mallory. I don't have any other questions for now, but hold on, the prosecutor might.
Thank you, Taylor.
Dead.
Mr. Thompson.
Sugar tit.
Ms. Jeans.
Okay, Ms. Jones.
Thompson just bowed down and said, "You could take this one."
All right, I want to go back and talk a little bit about this past this. Can you explain to me generally what is cast?
Here's a preview of what we're going to see from the prosecution on January 23rd.
This.
She can't even stand up.
It's useful in creating visualizations of the call detail records.
Okay. So how is it useful? What does it show?
It shows the location and the direction of the cell towers and their sector.
Okay, so how I took this off from Mowry is that he never saw any records from December 23rd. Okay, even though they were emailed to him, he just never saw them. Never was like, oh, what is this? You know, the 23rd was a very busy day here in Moscow, Idaho, as we just laid it all out. But sweet teats, Lawrence Mowry. I'm gonna start calling guys sugar tits too. They got tits too, guys. Don't leave them out. They're supposed to be anxiously waiting to get these returns so they can get back on that pony and get to work to get that second AT&T warrant. But Mowry, okay, he doesn't even know what's going on because Payne is just at his desk typing up shit like he's Mowry. You know how I know that, guys? Because it would never be in your, why would Payne be using a template that had the affidavit of Lawrence Mowry on top? Like, you just you. Then, because you're not supposed to be doing shit like that. That's protocol. No templates. You're supposed to be writing it up. But then he got the email. So how did Payne get the email? If it was emailed to Mowry, right? If law enforcement portal sent it to Mowry, because Mowry just testified that I wasn't the main guy on that. The other investigator, aka Payne, he got those. How do you know that he got those, and where, and how did he get them from? Like, his email address wasn't down on that piece of paper. How did he get them from? Oh, because Nick Balance was sitting 30 feet next to him, right? Well, let's take it. I'm not going to listen to what Jennings has to ask Mowry today, but I do want to hear one more time Payne a little stumble here. So, I mean, just, wow, just.
Okay. Now, what version of CASBIS do you have?
Currently, I think I have 33 on my laptop. It's prompted me to update to 38. But at the time, I believe I had 30 installed.
So walk me through. You start up the software program.
Yes.
And then what do you do?
Drag the text file from the CDRs into the system. It ingests the files and then produces a display of that data.
Okay. And is that what you did on the 19th?
Yes.
On the 19th.
And then what did you do with that visual that was displayed?
Those visuals, I created screenshots, created the screen capture of the video. CASBIS also allows a timeline playing view that you can record separate with those built-in software. Save those.
Other than uploading the CDRs, did you change any of the settings on CASBIS?
The only thing that I would have done was gone in and changed made sure that the time was correct because they were coming in at the TC. It was a coordinated time. I wanted to make sure that those were representative of the local time.
All right, so you just changed it to Pacific.
Correct.
Any other changes?
No.
Okay. So you were talking about how it does not automatically save.
It does not.
Okay. And you chose not to save.
No, and in the exhibit that was provided, the actual text says that if you need to save a session file.
Okay. And can you tell me why didn't you save these settings?
I was creating the visualization exhibits. That's what I was.
Exhibits. There you go.
Any reason to save the settings?
Keyword. He said a word right there. Exhibits. He created exhibits, you guys, for the grand jury. He was creating exhibits.
No.
Could this be recreated or redone in the same fashion?
Yes, I can, again, open the software, drag the CDRs back in a very short time. It is.
You guys think about how crazy this is. So Jennings, who's asking him the questions right now, was with Payne certifying that their work with the AT&T shit, okay, was dope. It was money. Like, we're just so sweet and we're just certifiable. All this shit is right. We did all this shit. We're not misleading the courts at all. Does you think that has a little bit of a reason why they had to ask, this guy? Oh no, we have to ask this guy because Payne, I don't think, is qualified to testify at a grand jury. You have to meet qualifications to testify at a grand jury. Payne, Did Payne testify at the grand jury? He can testify, but he can't testify to like hearsay and shit like that. You got to have some, damn, Jennings, you're over here asking. So now that we know what we know, right? When Jennings is being asked questions about her work basically right now. She's sitting there talking about what version of the cast viz did you use? Because they're already planning for what they're going to say is that they didn't use the most updated one, you know, just like if the cell towers out there, they change. So like your drive test from if I do one in December is going to be completely different than one in May. Like, because you're adding stuff. It's a different, this is just so bad. This is just so unfucking reliable.
And it would give you the same information.
Yes.
No, it
Is
wouldn't.
that why you didn't save it?
Yes.
Wait, what? How would it give you the same information?
I want to switch over to the other
To the other team.
session
She wants to bat for the other
that you
team.
found.
She wants to switch over to the other team.
Were those session files created by you?
No.
Oh, who are they?
And did you ever use those?
No.
And have you now turned those over, provided those?
Yes.
Now I want to switch gears over to what we were discussing as windy.com. What is that? What is Windy?
It's a website that is available for weather and such.
Okay. And why is that relevant in this case?
We were directed by, I think it was Captain Corporal Payne that told me that we should look into windy.com.
Corporal Payne!
Just to see if they retained video from the cameras themselves.
Okay, so windy.com has cameras.
They got screenshots. They basically capture the ITD cameras and put them on their website. Those images are routinely purged from their site for the administration of that.
Okay. And can you explain to me, when are those, you talked about them being purged from their site? What's that schedule?
From going on their website yesterday, it's a public website, so I was able to go back to it. I don't remember exactly. I believe that within 24 hours, it's hourly. Within a week, it's daily. Within 12 months, it's monthly. And then after that, I believe it's I was seeing probably like 3 months or so.
Can you explain why you didn't preserve those images from windy.com?
When it was discussed with other investigators, we would have only gotten, I believe it was one image per day. Time frame wasn't where we were interested in, so we didn't capture that one still.
So there is no evidentiary value.
None that we knew of.
Okay. And have you since gone back and found some screenshots?
Yes.
It's what's available on the publicly available website.
Anyone can go to windy.com and grab screenshots there.
And you've now done that?
I have.
Anything of evidentiary value?
No.
Have those been turned over anyway?
Yes.
I just have 1 second.
Sure.
Take as many seconds as you need, Ashley. You're about to get fucking toe tagged.
I don't have any further questions.
Go get her, Ann! Get her!
Just a bit.
Just a couple. Get her,
We
Ann.
were just speaking with the prosecutor about the images from windy.com. And I thought you didn't preserve anything or go back and look at anything during your investigation. Did I misunderstand that?
So yesterday when I was directed by the prosecutor.
Okay, so yesterday the prosecutor said, go look for these things.
Yes.
But before that, you and other investigators decided not to. Did I get that right?
With the information that we were given, we were told that there would be a screenshot for the day, if I remember right, the parameters of. We did not grab those because they were not in the. Didn't see that they would be relevant.
What's up, H-Bag?
But you didn't look
son of a
back
bitch.
then. You waited until yesterday. Is that right?
No,
Is
we
that
looked back
right?
then. I couldn't tell you what time. most of the photos that were taken for the daily screenshot or the daily screenshots were daytime, middle of the day kind of thing. So we didn't grab those at the time.
Okay, but you did look at the time and made a decision at the time. Do I understand that now?
Yes.
Okay. Back to the cast viz for a couple of questions.
Let's
for
go,
you.
girl.
When you were doing the work back in April of 2023,
2023, April.
did
right
you
before the
see
grand jury.
maps on the screen with the work that you were doing?
Yes.
And you also made a video of that. I want to show you a map and see if it's what I think it is. You have defendants R in front of you. What is that?
Appears to be a screen capture of the cast viz software.
Is that a screen capture from a map that you made?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor would move for admission of defendants R.
Exhibit R is in.
No.
Exhibit R is admitted, no objection.
And are you aware that when you can see mapping on your screen on this program that there's a log created? Okay. You would agree that if I were to take the call detail records that have the tower report in them, I would have to have the same cast version you were using to recreate what you did. Would you agree with that?
I'd have to have, if I took the regular cell call detail records and put them into a different version of cast, are you saying that it would become different?
Well, I don't know. That's a good question. Let me try to be more clear about the one I was asking, and then I like yours. We might talk about your question as well.
your question.
My question is, and the prosecutor suggested that your work be recreated. And so it didn't matter that you hadn't saved your session. What I want to know is if I have the 48-hour call detail records that contain the tower list like you have, do I have to have the cast viz program that you used so I can see what you did?
There is no.
I don't know, because I don't know what the back end of the cast viz software does. I'm just using it, so I don't know.
You suck, Maori. How do you have the
And you were
picture?
in this cast viz program, at least for a while, creating exhibits that would be relied on. Is that right?
Is that right?
On more than one occasion. Is that right?
Is that
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
But you didn't save your work.
Did not create a session log. It's even me.
Would you agree I can't see what you did without your session log? Can't examine what you did without your session log?
It's there to create the visualizations for the exhibits. That's what I use cast viz.
But I can't see what you did. Is that right? Is that right?
No.
Nope, it's not right.
No, it's not right, or no, I can't see what you did.
You cannot, but I could take those cell data or call data records, put them into cast viz again. The results would be what they are because we're still using the same records from AT&T to create
No. Ready for this?
Have you
we
done
can
that?
we can redo it.
these
Is that-
records.
Yes.
No.
Thanks, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Anything on that, Ms. Jennings?
Jennings, wake up. Bill. Jennings is like, fuck, I'll just wait. I don't have anything to say.
Can we go, why did you pull the CDRs into cast viz?
Why did I do that in April? Because I was asked by you to do it for the tender.
Okay, is that the only reason you did it?
Yes.
Is that the only time you did it?
Yes.
Okay.
That I remember. I mean,
What do you mean that you remember?
Oh, that makes me great.
Yeah. Follow up on that question?
Nope, thank you.
Okay, great. can this witness be excused?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Any objection? Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yes, thank you. Thanks, Matt.
Pell discovery. He should have been blindsided, but findings, y'all just got. Okay. So he just says right there, he did not use and didn't do dick with this shit. Okay. Nothing. Then we get to hear from Payne. Now, this is a really good part because I love this part. Because now we have all this information, right, guys? We have all this information. Like, oh, so like everyone in the world out there thinks that there's nothing to see here. And this case is just, God, why do you guys even talk about that case? This case is going to be the biggest case of 2025. If you don't think so, I mean, go ahead and watch Lori Vallow be a fucking complete nut. This is corruption. If you ask me, or this is people that should not be in these positions. Okay. But I have a feeling that this is corruption. So then Payne takes the stand. On May 30th. Yeah, there it is. And this is where the wheels fall off right here again. But December 23, just literally, that's when they were just like, we are. Okay. This is so good. I should be using my other computer. Okay. Come on. I'm back. Here you go.
Is there anything else you relied on to obtain that second search to compose your affidavit?
Like I said earlier, we relied on.
Okay. So again, let's just see this pure. Well, right here, I guess we'll hear this really quick.
Like I said earlier, we relied on cell phone records from surviving roommates as well as.
Okay, so she just asked, like, what did you rely on for that second AT&T warrant? Okay, that's the historical records. That's the pen, trap, and trace.
The victims. We relied on interviews with the two surviving roommates that were present at the time. We relied on the surveillance footage, cell phone data. I'd have to go paragraph by paragraph, but that's what jumps to mind.
That's what jumps to mind. You guys, what does what the roommates have to say? How did you rely on anything what the roommates had to say in order to get AT&T pen, trap, and trace?
Horrible. Those things, are you relying on other people's work to put that all together?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now I'm ready to talk about the things that same day as the first one. And was there anything else from AT&T that you saw or relied on to get the second one off the ground?
No, ma'am.
And in the first AT&T search warrant, are you aware that part of the request was for timing advance reports?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, that also appears in your second search warrant request, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And not only do you ask for the timing advance reports from AT&T, you ask for them from several other companies, correct? Verizon's version of it, T-Mobile's version of this kind of timing advance report. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. When was the first time you saw AT&T's timing advance report?
I do not recall when I first saw it.
Where is it?
To the best of my knowledge, all of that information from those returns has been provided to the prosecutor's office.
If I tell you I don't have a timing advance report or any from the other phone companies, where do I look for them?
I would direct you back to the prosecutor's office. Everything that Moscow PD received, in that realm, we have turned over to my knowledge.
But you know you've seen this report, is that right?
I do not recall if I've seen the timing advance reports. I'd have to see what it even looked like to know if I'd seen it.
Do you know what it is?
Not particularly. I'm no expert.
Okay. You wrote the search warrant though, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, how did you get the language for that if you don't know what this is?
So there's no secret that I rely heavily on people who are very highly educated in these topic areas to write this search warrant. So that language was likely conveyed to me through people who know much more than myself about cell phone data.
Who are those people?
Like I said, FBI agent Balance and Detective Mowry were probably my two main points of contact for helping me with that language.
He just said Maori, I'm dead. With like, he's just straight face, like, I'm no expert. And that's why, man, Elise is just sitting there with this shit eating grin on her face, like, we gotcha. Anne's like, wait, Balance? They're toast. I called it then. They're toast. Damn. We heard Mowry testify last week. He doesn't know I didn't do any of this. He said he wasn't involved until afterwards.
During the course of your investigation and work on
Mowry wasn't involved until April of 2023.
For now, did you communicate with Agent Balance by email?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you communicate with other FBI agents by email?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that relate to the investigation of the scene and later the investigation of Brian Koberger?
Certainly, yes, ma'am.
Were those communications that assisted you in preparing affidavits and search warrants to carry out your duties in the case?
I do not recall.
But you recall the emails themselves?
I recall sending emails to FBI agents, yes, but
and
specifics though.
And receiving them?
Yes, ma'am.
Where are those emails now?
All emails that Moscow PD is aware of have been turned over to the prosecutor's office.
Your Honor, if I can have just a minute.
Sure.
Now he's throwing Payne's throwing Bill underneath the bus right here. He's saying that we've given them everything. So here, this will be very, very interesting.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions for now, but I think you have a couple of exhibits on that front end if you don't.
All right, so let's back up. God, what a fucking idiot. What a moron.
I was served in the military for 6 years. 3 of those were as a commissioned officer in the military police corps.
How long have you been with Moscow Police Department?
6 years.
We're here to talk about the case of the state of Idaho versus Brian Koberger. Have you worked on that case?
Yes, ma'am.
What is your role in that case?
I was assigned as the case agent for Moscow PD for that investigation.
Does case agent mean you're the person in charge?
Yes, ma'am.
If I called you the lead detective, would that be a term that means the same thing as person in charge and
Yes,
case
ma'am.
agent?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
what were your general responsibilities as the lead detective in the case?
So when I became case agent, I was assigned to work the command post that was established at the Moscow Police Department, along with my partners in Iowa State Police and the FBI. We managed the command post and directed the general direction of local investigation.
Directed the.
Would that mean you would be a person to write warrants and affidavits in support of warrants?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you conduct or direct interviews?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you search for a suspect?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you the go-to person and the person in charge for evidence that would be brought into Moscow Police Department to support your case?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Who's in charge?
That would have been our evidence custodian.
As the lead detective, were you aware of the evidence that would be under the control of the evidence custodian?
Not entirely. I was made aware of basically the most pertinent evidence that was coming in.
How would you know
But I
it's
was
pertinent?
not aware of every single piece of evidence that was brought into those.
Okay. During the course of, I guess, the investigation from November 13th forward, was there videos that were collected, like a video canvas done of the community?
Yes, ma'am, there was.
Is that something you were involved in?
No, ma'am, I was not involved in the direct collection of those videos.
Who is responsible for the video collection and knowing what videos exist?
So the way that worked was individual investigators who went out in the community and collected those videos, brought them back to the police department and provided them to our digital forensics office. And then they were later booked in through that channel.
Through Maui?
So the digital forensics office would be the responsible entity to receive these pieces of video surveillance. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am, I would say it was a dropping off point for those pieces, yes.
And who is that person?
That was a joint effort between Detective Mowry and several people within the FBI.
Which people within the FBI?
I do not remember.
Detective Payne, I'm asking because last week, Detective Mowry told us that he wasn't in charge of these videos. And I need to know what they are.
What a fucking
Do you have
moron!
any idea who the FBI agents are that were also in charge of this?
And we could certainly find that out for you, yes, ma'am. I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, well, I'm gonna need to do that. Let's talk a little bit about what surveillance is out there. These were cameras from different businesses, is that right?
Told you guys.
Yes, ma'am, as well as some private residences.
Let's focus on the businesses for just a minute. Those would be collected at main points in Moscow where you might find person of interest, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. We canvassed pretty much the entire city of Moscow looking for places that were willing to or could provide us video.
Why you could just subpoena where you
And
wanted.
Was it also important to think about if somebody were to come into or leave Moscow, the kind of video cameras you might find on those areas?
Certainly, yes, ma'am.
And that would be the east-west road between Moscow and Pullman, is that right?
Yes, ma'am, referring to SR 270/Pullman Road. They wanted that to refer to.
I know that as the Moscow Pullman Highway.
Yep.
I think that's the same thing, or Highway 8.
Works for me.
And that goes from Pullman out towards Troy. And that
Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
okay. And also important in that video collection would be the north-south Highway 95, the north end of Moscow and the south part of Moscow. Is that
Yes, ma'am.
okay? And so you collected business videos or had that done, but who I need to talk to about this would be Detective Mallory or an unnamed FBI agent. Do I
Or
understand that?
It's his birthday!
agents who were the officers.
I gotta do a
investigators
shot.
who collected that specific video with
Yeah,
written
do it.
reports, to the best of my knowledge, stating such that they collected video from X, Y, and Z. That would be the best person to speak to about that particular video.
But if they collected it and gave it to Moscow Police Department or the digital evidence people, isn't it your department that I'd be looking at to say, where is this now?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
So where is it?
Well, I'm going to talk about some of those specific ones, but you brought up residential cameras in that canvas as well. Are you talking about things like Ring cameras?
Yes, ma'am. Ring cameras and other sorts of private security systems that people may have had.
Ring cameras have a way of sending out a notice to Ring camera owners to check their data. Is that right?
Is
I
that
believe so.
right?
Was that done in this case?
I do not remember if that was done or not.
Where's Kate?
Are you familiar with some of the Ring cameras or home surveillance videos?
We have a birthday in the house. I was making a new video over there. Let's see.
This is a preview file. For example use only.
Ooh. Let's see this new look. Oh, here, let's see if I can show it like this.
This is a preview file. For example use only.
For a birthday shout out. So
This is a preview file. For example use only.
I don't know if you can see it. Oh no. Let's cut it backwards though.
This is a preview file. For example use only.
Cheers, birthday wishes over here.
This is a preview file. For example use only.
I'm working on some stuff over here. Happy birthday. We got a birthday in the house. Whose birthday is it? Kane, happy birthday. What are you, 24? I got something for you here, though. Let's see. Here we go. Cheers. Fireball. How about that? I'm working on a release, and I'm dropping it right before January 23rd. It's going to be off the tizzy. Fuck everybody. Another subpoena was issued. Good. Hopefully Ann saw my fucking live today, and she was like, you're right, Lana. I should be subpoenaing Judge. I'm telling you, I think if Ann saw my live today, she's like, fuck it, yeah, we're going to subpoena Judge and just ask Judge if he was under the impression that they had found Brian Kober on 11/29, just like the affidavit says. Love Lana shots. But yeah, I got nice quotes from all these whackadacks. So I think I'm gonna drop it January 22nd, the night before the hearing, then on the 23rd. So be on the lookout. Tomorrow somebody asked me, yes, I will be we'll be streaming the Karen Reed stuff in the morning. I mean, if it's gonna be drug out the way that last one was, I mean, either she's in or she's out. But I'm not gonna sit there and let these two lawyers ask 50 million questions that, So cheers, yeah. Cheers to 29th birthday out there. Not Kane's Bees, the Purge. Woo. Fireball. There you go. 29. Looking great. Woo.
In this case.
Yes, ma'am.
Cheers.
In particular,
Cheers to
I
Ann
think your
Taylor.
affidavit talked about one on Indian Hills Road. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How did that camera come to your attention?
I believe Detective Vargas works for MPD. She contacted the residents at that, the person who lives at that residence, and they provided that camera footage to Detective Vargas.
Wait, you guys. She contacted the owner of that house. Why? Because she just happened to be driving through and saw that there was a Ring camera and thought, let me just see if they have camera footage from that night. And they got their own police vehicle, the undercover car. You guys, literally, The undercover car is right there at that time. There is such a thing as neighborhood canvassing, guys. And normally what you do is it's in like literally the area, like immediately surrounding like where it happened. Going over there, whew. I mean, they didn't do anything like that in Bonners Ferry. And those streets are even way closer.
Do you know why she contacted them?
I believe it was part of just a video canvas, best of my knowledge.
Now, I want to talk about some of the specific businesses, and you mentioned that I'd be looking at a police report to tell me if it existed or not. As the case manager or lead detective, are you familiar with the reports from other officers that may have talked about turning in videos?
Some of them, certainly not all of them.
How do you not?
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that he be handed two defendants' exhibits. They are RR and SS.
No, thank you.
This is everything that we've been talking about here at Truth and Transparency. Welcome. What a shit show.
One of the videos I want to talk about comes from the Red Star Coffee Company. Do you know where that business is located?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is it?
That's on Pullman Road and right next to the Stinker Station.
So the Pullman Road, that's also known as Moscow Pullman Road, that within the city of Moscow?
Correct.
Okay. And if you look at exhibit RR, and if I can draw your attention to on page 2 to paragraph 9 and page 3, paragraph 9 continues over there.
Again, Officer Payne is on the stand, and he has grown himself a nice Idaho beard.
Based on your review of that, am I correct in believing that the Red Star surveillance video was collected and given to Moscow Police Department?
It reads that way, yes, ma'am.
Where is it?
I do not know.
Who do I ask?
Where is it?
That would be through the evidence custodian and MPD. That'd be my best direction for you.
Where is it?
So I need to go to the evidence custodian and ask him to bring all of the videos out so I can watch them all to see if that one exists.
Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me?
How many hours of videotape do you think have been collected?
Wait a second. Wait a second. It's not labeled?
Yes, easily.
Detective Payne, I want to look at defendant's exhibit SS now.
Woo! Another
Don't put
5.
our away. I think we might go back there in just a minute. But SS, if I can draw your attention to paragraph 1.
Paragraph 1. Wow, what a shit show, man. Unbelievable.
Okay.
Would I be correct in believing that I should be able to have a videotape from a place called Monday's Machine?
Yes, ma'am.
I love
Where's
Crime
Monday's
Circus.
Machine?
Crime Circus.
I don't know what Monday's Machine is, ma'am. Does not sound familiar to me.
Wait, what?
Do you see the address that's also listed in paragraph 1?
Do you see the address? God, Ann,
Yes,
you're
ma'am.
taking the fucking short
Does
bus
that
to
help
the
you know where
short
Monday's
fucking
Machine
school.
might be?
It'd be south of Moscow city limits, if memory serves, but that's the best I can recall.
You're a freaking police officer. You know these addresses over there. Get out of here.
You don't know where this particular numbered address on South Main might be?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am. Don't know shit about Moscow.
What is going on? Let's go back to, let me ask you this. Who do I ask where that video is?
Restate what I did before is go through the evidence custodian at Moscow PD.
Let's go back to RR for a minute. And if you can turn with me to page 4.
What a shit
I'll
show.
draw your attention to paragraph number 21. particularly subparts B, C, D, and G.
Got it.
Do you see where I'm talking about?
This is the neighborhood canvas.
And there, we're talking about 4 different businesses all within the city of Moscow. Is that right?
Is that right?
That is correct.
And those are on Main Street in Moscow. Is that also right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And if I read the first sentence in that paragraph, am I correct in believing that Moscow Police Department should be in possession of all of those videos?
It reads that way. Yes, ma'am.
Where are they?
I would have to direct you to the video that have been turned into the
Where are they?
evidence lab in Moscow PD.
I'll show you what the report looks like after this. Unbelievable. This is just unbelievable. You guys know what
I
that's
want to
like.
talk a little bit. I'm going to move from videos now, and I want to talk a little bit about affidavits and search warrants that you wrote.
Can I ask a question? You're not asking to admit these exhibits?
You know, Your Honor, I haven't.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I haven't. The court has those in a pre-filing to put the court and counsel on notice of things we talk about. I'm not going to ask that these be admitted this way. Detective Payne didn't write them, but he's familiar with the content. So I think I had your questions answered. Thank you.
Fuck yeah, Ann.
Let's talk about affidavits and search warrants for a minute. Did you author affidavits in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you use affidavits you authored in support of search warrants to obtain information that you wanted to take a look at?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you author the affidavit that was used for the arrest warrant for Brian Koberger?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you rely on when you wrote these affidavits?
Be more specific.
Yes, let's focus on the affidavit for the AT&T records. There were 2 search warrants on December 23rd, 2022.
Yeah.
Are you with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let's talk about those search warrants and the affidavit.
Let's do it.
First, the affidavit. What did you rely on in the affidavit you wrote for the first AT&T search warrant on December 23rd?
Here we go.
It was a conglomerate of interviews, data received from cell phones, my observations of some surveillance footage that was taking place, various other things. Go down the line. If you could be more specific on specific parts, I'd be happy to tell you what I'd like.
Okay.
Give him the search
There
warrant.
was a part of the affidavit where you talked about WSU officers identifying white Elantras.
Here it is.
Yes, ma'am.
And there was a part of the affidavit where you talked about 2011 to 2013 Elantras, and then it expanded to 2016 to include the year of 2016.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
What I want to know first is what you relied on to expand that search from 2013 to include 14, 15, and 16.
That information was provided to FBI Special Agent Imel. He's a vehicle identification specialist. He used snapshots from the previously mentioned surveillance videos, and that was his determination on the types of vehicles we should be looking for, rather the year range we should look for. It would be in his report, we'd be more specific, but that was what I based the affidavit off of, that portion of it.
Always.
I understand as far as when we get to 2013, but when we go beyond that, what did you rely on to get beyond that?
It would have been his input as an expert in vehicle identification. That's what.
Okay.
So
Part of your affidavit talks about WSU officers finding white Elantras. And I believe there was an officer that you had some communication with.
You guys, this is all set up for January 23rd. So when everybody was watching this and they're like, God, why did she ask this? No. She gave him the rope and they hung themselves. They're under oath. They're under oath right now. They're going to be under oath January 23rd.
Do you recall the date you had that communication?
I do not recall the date.
Did you have?
But this is really important. So, and says, I don't recall the date. Bullshit. I don't recall the date.
Some messaging system exchange with this officer to talk about that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the only means of communication you had with this officer?
No, ma'am. I believe I spoke to him on the telephone as well.
When you spoke to him on the telephone, how did that relate to the date of the messaging?
It would have likely been, if memory serves, it would likely been that same day.
Okay. Does December 20th, 2022 sound familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And so this conversation with this officer from Washington, it related backwards to when he noticed an Elantra. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
But when he noticed it, you didn't know about that yet. Is that also correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so you don't know about him or talk to him until December 20th, 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
There it is. That's when Judge, do you see his face right there? Because Judge just literally wrote up an order talking about, wait a second. They put in their affidavit. Like, Judge is like, excuse me? Wait, you didn't know about that? You've led us to believe this whole time that you found Brian Kober on 11/29 when you truly didn't? You understand that? Do you understand this right here? God, fuck them, man. This is the lies. This is the lies. He misled the tribunal. You should have even been writing up a search warrant or a warrant period having anything to do. That's how I know when you go through the affidavit, right when they talk about WSU and where they put it, stop right there and know to yourself that everything before they start talking about that, and I believe it's like page 6 or 7 or something like that. Everything before that is just where they got to up until December 19th. They had nothing. So they had pages 1 through 5 or 1 through 6 of that, of the Exhibit A affidavit. That's what they had up until 12/20. And then they made it seem like they had Brian on 11/29, that they were doing all types of stuff before that. And you can, I'm just saying, I don't know if that is good police work or we don't have to tell you everything that we know. No, but that's the whole thing is you didn't know anything. You acted like you did. Okay. I'm not. So for those in the back of the room that are zoning me out because here, I understand you don't have to put everything that you know in an affidavit to get I get that. I know that. But I'm going to tell you what I also know. You cannot put something in an affidavit that you don't know and make it seem like that you knew it when you didn't. You can't do that. That is called misleading. That is cause that to me meets the qual. That if that isn't misleading, if that isn't for total disregard of the truth, omitting material facts, you're misleading when you fucking know Brian Kober's name.
In your affidavits, did you rely on cell phone information and cell phone location information?
Yes, ma'am.
Did
Boom. He just admitted to it. Yes, we did. So if you put stuff that was in the affidavit that's wrong and that you knew was wrong, or at least we know that you weren't qualified to do, so where did you get this shit from? And the people that were qualified, there's no way that they could miss on this mark. That's basically what Cyrate testifies to.
you work with cell phone records yourself?
No, ma'am.
Did you see cell phone records yourself?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
When was the first time you saw cell phone records that were attributed to Brian Koberger?
I do not remember what date that was.
What the fuck? Yes, you do. That's when the wheels.
Well, maybe you can give me a.
Wait, how does he not know this most important date? Do you notice the two things he says I don't recall to? I don't recall that. December 20th, WSU. Up until this point, he could answer things. You know, and now here, the date of when you first saw records pertaining to Brian Koberger's phone records. I don't know. You don't remember how literally on December 23rd, you guys were running around like chickens with your head cuts off like all day?
An estimate. We know on the 20th, you're talking to WS.
Okay, so here she breaks it down for him.
Elantra, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
But when he noticed it, you didn't know about that yet. Is that also correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so you don't know about him or talk to him until December 20th, 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In your affidavits, did you rely on cell phone information and cell phone location information?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you work with cell phone records yourself?
No, ma'am.
Did you see cell phone records yourself?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
When was the first time you saw cell phone records that were attributed to Brian Koberger?
I do not remember what date that was.
Well, maybe you can give me an estimate. We know on the 20th, you're talking to WSU about an observation from a month before. And we know on December 23rd, you're asking for AT&T warrants for information. Can you narrow it down?
Yes.
Sorry, Judge.
That's a yes. You can, I just want to get the record. Yes.
Yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
thank you.
So between those 2 dates, does that help you identify the first time you saw cell phone records related to Brian Koberger?
Memory serves, the first time I saw any cell phone records related to Brian Koberger was after we received the return from the first search warrant.
Just to be sure I'm tracking with you, when you say the return from the first search warrant, we're talking about the first AT&T warrant.
Yes.
Is that right?
That's correct.
And in that warrant, you were seeking 48 hours worth of records. Is that right?
Yes,
Hold on
ma'am.
a second.
So if I call those the 48-hour records, we'll both be on the same page?
Yep.
All right.
Wait, that means that they served a different. That means that the AT&T warrants weren't the first ones of Brian Koberger. You wouldn't need to clarify that if it was both. Put that in the column right now. AT&T wasn't the first warrants that they served for Brian. And we know it wasn't Reddit because Reddit came later. I'm guessing bank records. What else would you go for?
You wrote your second AT&T warrant for a much longer period of phone records that same day, December 23rd, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
How far ahead of that warrant did you see the records?
It would have been upon the receipt of the 48-hour records that came in from AT&T.
What time?
Immediately after receiving those, I began writing that second section of the second AT&T warrant for the longer period. That makes sense.
It does. So you get these records and you take a look at them and you start writing your warrant. Is that right?
Is
The
that
records
right?
were provided to FBI Special Agent Balance, who began deciphering them. I'm not an expert in cell phone records.
That was the next thing I was going to ask you.
So, no, ma'am, I'm not. So, he was the one who was conveying that information to me so I could understand what it was.
So do you get the records and then get them to him somehow?
Yes, ma'am.
The records do they go directly to Balanced?
I do not recall what the distribution was on the return itself. I do not recall that.
Are you and Balance exchanging emails about these records?
No, ma'am, not that I remember.
How did you get them to them?
We were co-located. At the time, Detective Balance was at the Moscow Police Department about 30 feet down the hallway.
Are the two of you exchanging text messaging during this time?
I do not remember if you texted during that time.
I may have a record that would refresh your memory. I'm certainly not seeking to have these admitted, but I'd like to hand him some records to see if we can refresh his memory. Do you recognize what's been placed in front of you?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Okay. Does reading the content of some December 23rd messages refresh your recollection about?
I think she's trying to test him here on, were you saying that you're with him on December 23rd?
Do you recognize what's been placed in front of you?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Okay. Does reading the content of some December 23rd messages refresh your recollection about participating in text messages with Nick?
They subpoenaed through the FBI Nick Balance's cell phone records.
Was Balance.
It really does not, ma'am.
Will you look at, there's 3 separate stapled documents. Will you move that one and go to the next one?
Still on December 23rd?
Yeah.
Love this. This is amazing. God damn it, Ann.
I do vaguely remember that.
Okay.
Exchange, the one at the top of this second.
Oh.
Is that the one that starts with you identifying yourself?
I hope that
No, ma'am, it starts with the message says, group text for this weekend, Maria, Nick, Ed, Brett, and Darren.
You look at that third one.
Oh, what's the third one?
Seems vaguely familiar.
Okay.
Introducing yourselves? Is that where you're introducing yourself? How many murder cases are you working right
just
now?
so I'm clear then, Nick Balance is at Moscow Police Department when you're getting, on December 23rd, when you're getting these 2 warrants. Is that right?
If memory serves, that's correct.
Okay.
If memory serves, that's correct. Let's make a wager right now. Going back and looking at what is part of the Franks. What do you guys think? Are they in the same building? Balance was in PA watching Brian on 23rd. Plot twist or Payne? I mean, who? They have to have evidence of something, you guys. Because remember, Maury was the one that got the email. It said that when he filled out the return, he said that Detective Mowry got the email. Mowry never saw those. So like, why wouldn't Payne, just when he's writing the return of all this shit, why wouldn't he just be putting down that, you know, he, let's see what he did on this one. Fucking A, Payne. Yeah. Get fucked. He purposely does not say it. An inventory was prepared for all of the items received, and the information received was placed into evidence at the Moscow Police Department. Payne is so fucked. Whoop. If memory serves. You would know exactly what went down that day.
Well, you told me that you're not the guy who understands how to interpret these records. Do you know anything about cell phone towers?
Very little, ma'am.
Okay.
Very little, ma'am. God damn. Hold on, I gotta see his body language when he's reading those one more time. Damn it.
I do vaguely remember that.
Okay.
Exchange, the one at the top of the second.
Oh.
Is that the one that starts with you identifying yourself?
I hope that it's
No, ma'am. It starts with the message says group text for this weekend, Maria, Nick, Ed, Brett, and Darren.
You look at that third one.
Oh, what's the third one?
Seems vaguely familiar.
Okay.
How many murder cases are you working right now?
Just so I'm clear then, Nick Valance is at Moscow Police Department when you're getting, on December 23rd, when you're getting these 2 warrants. Is that right?
If memory serves, that's correct.
Okay. You told me that you're not the guy who.
All right, I'm going to show you guys something. He's lying. All right. What's the number on that one? 444. Okay. So he's sitting, look at how he's sitting, okay? He's sitting back just in his chair answering questions like that. Even after he looks up at a piece of paper. I'm out here at Truth and Transparency. Welcome. He goes back to sitting. So whatever.
One of the videos I want to talk about comes from the Red Star Coffee Company. Do you know where that business is located?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is it?
That's on Pullman Road and right next to the Stinker Station.
So the Pullman Road, that's also known as Moscow Pullman Road, that within the city of Moscow?
Correct.
Okay.
When he gives her the papers back.
I just was
Do you see how he's sitting?
wanted to make sure.
His hands aren't steepled up on that the well up there. Ready? The witness well. Now watch. So he's sitting until he takes a look at this, sits back, does it again until we talk about these papers, right?
I think it was PowerPoint.
Did you create that?
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
Get them to.
We were co-located at the time. Detective
Watch this.
I do vaguely remember that
Okay.
exchange, the one at the top of this second.
Watch his, watch his hands. I hope that
No, man, it starts with the message says, group text for this weekend, Maria, Nick, Ed, Brett, and Darren.
You look at that third one.
Oh, what's the third one? He steeples.
Seems vaguely familiar.
Watch his hands. How many murder cases are you working right
just
now?
so I'm clear then, Nick Valance is at Moscow Police Department when you're getting, on December 23rd, when you're getting these 2 warrants. Is that right?
Memories.
That's the first time he sits like that. The whole time he's on the witness stand. That's the first time that he sits up like that and steeples his hands, and he's uncomfortable. And he's trying to not show that he's not, in my opinion.
Serves, that's correct.
Okay. When what you told
Look at, he stays like that. He's never done that.
me that you're not the guy who understands how to interpret these records. Do you know anything about cell phone towers?
Very little, ma'am.
Okay. So when you wrote this second AT&T warrant, you have possession of Brian Koberger's call detail records or AT&T records. Damn! But you don't know what they mean, so you're relying on somebody else.
Yes, ma'am.
Who all did you rely on?
Mainly it was Detective, or excuse me, Special Agent Valance. He was my main point of contact for understanding what was going on.
Okay. In fact, in your affidavit for the second AT&T report, there's a couple of maps in there. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And one of them has some video camera information. That's the first map. Where did that come from?
I do not recall. If you have a copy of it, I can refresh my memory and tell you.
Not that I do.
And Bill Thompson wanted to go to trial. With his lead investigator. He don't know dick. Steve Gonsalves. Are you watching, Stevie? How do you not know your case inside and out as the lead investigator? This is embarrassing and this is sick. This has nothing to do about Brian Kober. This has to do about a case, sir. That's so true, though. Like, these victims deserve so much better. Like, they just deserve so much more. I'd be so pissed if I was a parent, man. I'd be pissed. You don't know anything.
Are you referring to there's two maps, the WSU focused map you're referring to? It's completely washed out on this copy. I can't see what it is.
It's hard to see, isn't it? What?
I love that part. It's hard to see, isn't it? You want us to read this shit.
What I want to know is what you relied on to get that first one that talks about WSU and the cameras of WSU. Mm-hmm. Where'd you get that?
Yes, ma'am. So Special Agent Rob Hilley with the FBI was also co-located with us. He was tasked with analyzing that video from WSU and the surrounding area. So it was a conversation between he and I, pointing out areas of locations where the car was likely seen on surveillance footage. That's what.
How did you figure that out, though? Like, fuck saying how. When did you start looking at WSU camera footage?
I relied upon to create that map.
How did you get it?
So you created that map how?
How?
Through PowerPoint, I believe, ma'am. Memory serves.
You saved your work on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's go to the next map.
Okay, good. So then there would be a save date and there's a date associated with that. That's why she asked that. Good job, Ann. Check.
That one would appear to be a trail or a path from south of Moscow back towards Lewiston or back towards Polk. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get that now?
Same thing. It was just created using open source satellite imagery, and I think it was PowerPoint.
Did you create that?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get the information to draw that trail?
So that was used from the cell phone records referred to me by Special Agent Balance on his interpretation of possible places where someone could have driven between the location that it starts there and then back to Coleman.
Wait.
So you a trail or a path from south of Moscow back towards Lewiston or back towards Pullman. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get that now?
Same thing. It was just created using open source satellite imagery, and I think it was PowerPoint.
Did you create that?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get the information to draw that trail?
So that was used from the cell phone records referred to me by Special Agent Balance on his interpretation of possible places where someone could have driven between the location that it starts there and then back to Coleman.
So you did this on some open source mapping, not anything from Nick Balance creating a visual for you?
No, ma'am. I did view a draft report from Special Agent Balance to help me conceptualize this, but it did not look like this map.
Where's that draft report?
It is, best of my knowledge, it's already been provided to the prosecutor's office through the FBI channels.
Is this the lengthy past draft report or is it a different draft report?
Well, it would have to be the draft cast report. That's the only cast report I'm aware of from Special Agent Balance.
Now they're just making up all this other crazy
So
crap.
on December 23rd.
Thank you.
Are you saying you looked at this past draft report to make that map that went into your affidavit to get the second set of records?
Yes, ma'am.
Wait, what? When?
The one
Where?
that was given to us in July of last year?
I don't know when you got it.
Holy shit.
How many versions of that cast draft report have you seen?
I have only seen that one, ma'am. That's the only one I'm aware of.
All right. And from the
Right there. Okay, I'm telling you right now, the only people that could possibly be the people of the subpoenas that are coming into this courtroom on January 23rd, 100% is Nick Balance has to be coming. 100% Nick Balance has to be coming. 100. Because that's it right there. He's saying that he relied on, that he had a draft and that he basically followed the draft that Nick Balance gave him to create, okay, to create this map and to say everything that he said in the affidavit. And it's going to come down to Nick Balance. Did you provide Officer Payne with this? When did you give this Officer Payne? I did not. I talked to him on the phone. Those are my text messages with him. I had just met the guy. If that comes out like that, gee, then what? Or he's going to say, I don't see. Yeah, I gave him that draft. But the draft isn't right. And so you can't be that wrong. So holy shit, it's going to get so good. God bless America, man. Oh boy. I'd be bringing in Judge.
Yeah, we have Agent Balance and Agent Hilly at Moscow Police Department with.
So she keeps asking this. You have Balance and Hilly. So think about this. You're in Moscow, so you have Balance and whatever, Healy and him. And so she wants to make sure that this is very clear. The record is ridiculously clear. And when she's clearing it like this, she's going to be going to Pound Town.
It is, best of my knowledge, it's already been provided to the prosecutor's office through the FBI channels.
And this is Bill Thompson. Look at Bill Thompson and Ashley Jennings like, we don't have it. It doesn't exist. God, what a bunch of fucking idiots, man. You guys, regardless, Frank's hearing it's, dude, like how embarrassing. This is so embarrassing.
Is this the lengthy past draft report or is it a different draft report?
It would have to be the draft cash report. That's the only cash report I'm aware of from Special Agent Balance.
Now they're just making up all this other crazy
So
crap.
on December 23rd, are you saying you looked at this past draft report to make that map that went into your affidavit to get the second set of records?
Yes, ma'am.
The one that was given to us in July of last year?
I don't know when you got it.
How many versions of that cast draft report have you seen?
I've only seen that one, ma'am. That's the only one I'm aware of.
All right. And from the FBI, we have Agent Balance and Agent Hilly at Moscow Police Department with you. Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And all of this work is done with verbal communication. Is that right?
The majority of it, yes, ma'am.
And Nick Balance's cast draft report.
Correct.
And I think Special Agent Imel's vehicle identification.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
What? Verbal? So there's no paper trail.
Let's talk about what you were seeking to get in this. Well, let me ask this before I leave the second search warrant. Is there anything else you relied on to obtain that second search warrant to compose your affidavit?
Like I said earlier, we relied on cell phone records from surviving roommates as well as the victims. We relied on interviews with the two surviving roommates that were present at the time. We relied on the surveillance footage, cell phone data. I'd have to go paragraph by paragraph, but that's what jumps to mind.
Of those things, are you relying on other people's work to put that all together?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now I'm ready to talk about the things that same day as the first one. And was there anything else from AT&T that you saw or relied on to get the second one off the ground?
No, ma'am.
And in the first AT&T search warrant, are you aware that part of the request was for timing advance reports?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, that also appears in your second search warrant request, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And not only do you ask for the timing advance reports from AT&T, you ask for them from several other companies, correct? Verizon's version of it, T-Mobile's version of this kind of timing advance report. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. When was the first time you saw AT&T's timing advance?
I do not recall when I first saw it.
Where is it?
To the best of my knowledge, all of that information from those returns has been provided to the prosecutor's office.
If I tell you I don't have a timing advance report or any from the other phone companies, where do I look for them?
I would direct you back to the prosecutor's office. Everything that Moscow PD received, in that realm, we have turned over to my knowledge.
But you know you've seen this report, is that right?
I do not recall if I've seen the timing advance reports. I'd have to see what it even looked like to know if I'd seen it.
Do you know what it is?
Not particularly. I'm no expert.
Okay. You wrote the search warrant though, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, how did you get the language for that if you don't know what this is?
So there's no secret that I rely heavily on people who are very highly educated in these topic areas to write the search warrants.
Why didn't the FBI just get the search warrant? Because it wasn't their case, Lana. They were assisting. Okay, well, would they just be like, dude, if I'm going to sit here and do everything for you, like, this isn't assisting. We're just doing it all. Assisting with what? Holding their fucking hand? Meanwhile, Fry and fucking Willie and fucking, I don't know, Lanier, they're just giving pressers every other day. Like, we don't even know that answer. No shit. No shit, man.
So that
That's
language
wild.
was likely conveyed to me through people who know much more than myself about cell phone data.
Who are those people?
Who are those
Like I
people?
said, FBI Agent Balance and Detective Mallory were probably my two main points of contact for helping me with that language.
Mallory. Does he mean his point of contact meaning Maori? Is it because you took one of his? Well, here I'll just give you a template. That's what he means. So when you say like Detective Maori, he just supplied you with what? A template, one of his old past ones, and you forgot to change the top. You guys, that is so against protocol. Throwing around templates. They're toast. We heard Maori testify last week. He doesn't know and didn't do any of this. He said he wasn't involved until afterwards.
During the course of your investigation and work on
Maori wasn't involved until April of 2023.
Here for now, did you communicate with Agent Balance by email?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you communicate with other FBI agents by email?
Yes, ma'am.
Where are they?
And did that relate to the investigation of the scene and later the investigation of Brian Koberger?
Wait, the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Were those communications that assisted you in preparing affidavits and search warrants to carry out your duties in the case?
I do not recall.
But you recall the emails themselves?
I recall sending emails to FBI agents, yes, but and specifics though.
And receiving them?
Yes, ma'am.
Where are those emails
specifics?
All emails that Moscow PD is aware of have been turned over to the prosecutor.
You guys, do you see? I can't remember that. I don't recall that. So how do you expect like 4 or 5 years later to ask something of a witness on a case that whatever they said, okay, great, that's what I said then, that's what I remembered then. So do you remember it differently now? Well, whatever I say today is what I say today. I mean, what do you mean? These motherfuckers don't get in trouble for shit, like, because it's just like, yeah, I don't remember. It's been so long. Oh, that's what you said then, so you're saying something different now. Okay, I'm not lying. I'm just, it's been 5 fucking years, you know? But that's not the case here. This has been something that they've been working on, like, nonstop, right?
Your Honor, if I can have just a minute?
Sure.
Now he's throwing Payne's throwing Bill underneath the bus right here. He's saying that we've given them everything. So here, this will be very, very interesting.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions for now, but I think you have a couple of exhibits on that front end. If you don't need them for us, maybe I'll take them back.
Well, hold on. Do you have any questions?
Yes,
Yes. Okay.
They don't stand a prayer. They don't stand a prayer getting a conviction against Brian Koberger. They don't stand a prayer. This is their lead investigator. He doesn't even know what was going on in his own case. This is unbelievable. Like, we were looking for fireworks. We're looking for like a showdown. We were looking for like, yeah, I did all this stuff. I know exactly what I did. This is the guy, blah, blah, blah. This is the work I did. What we just saw here in the past
Yes, thank you.
20 minutes is just, he just folded his cards.
Good work.
Here we go, Jennings.
To your knowledge, has all the evidence in Moscow Police Department's possession been turned over to the state for us to discover?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you facilitated the defense visiting MPD to review the physical evidence in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately how many times have you done that?
I had to guess, I'd say 6.
Now, let's talk specifically about this video surveillance. Explain to me.
What does that have anything to do with anything?
For collecting
Ashley,
video surveillance.
because
So in this
they
investigation,
asked
the
to
way
see
that
the evidence.
played out was we directed the investigators to go into the community and collect any available surveillance footage there was. Once they had done that, they were tasked with bringing it back to Moscow Police Department, placing it in the digital forensics lab, and then writing a supplemental report on where they collected that information. That was the process.
That was it.
Do you know how many agencies helped in this video canvas?
Certainly the FBI and the Idaho State Police. I'm not sure if any other agencies helped. I don't know.
Do you know approximately how many agents were out collecting video?
easily over a dozen. I don't know the specific number, but
Isn't it true that investigators collected video surveillance from approximately 79 businesses
yes, ma'am.
and approximately 10 residences? So let's talk about the areas that Ms. Taylor mentioned.
10 residences is 79 businesses.
Isn't it true that there's other surveillance video capturing the Moscow-Pullman highway, specifically on the way to Pullman?
Yes, ma'am. There's,
Isn't it true we've turned over video for banks
yes,
on
ma'am.
that highway? Isn't it true we've turned over surveillance for stores on that highway?
Yes,
Isn't it true we've turned over video for gas stations?
yes,
Now let's talk about the Troy highway towards Troy. Isn't it true we've turned over surveillance video for fast food restaurants,
yes,
gas stations?
yes,
And now US 95 towards Coeur d'Alene. Isn't it true we've turned over surveillance video for hardware stores,
yes,
gas stations?
yes,
Now, what about US 95 towards Lewiston? Isn't it true we've turned over surveillance video for gas stations,
yes,
as well as apartments?
yes.
Ashley Jennings, show some respect and stand the fuck up, Ashley Jennings. Stand up when you speak in the
Now
courtroom.
let's
She doesn't have to.
move to your PC affidavit. Can you explain to me what did the investigation look like during the time that you were writing that affidavit?
How come they can't find this white car coming in? Okay. And they also don't have the white car leaving on any of these exit points that they're speaking of. And same with the following morning. There's no white car coming in, at 9 o'clock, 9:12. Very strange. But yet they find a miraculous car in the 700 block of Indian. Like, you would back it up. Like, it just didn't land poof right there. A car just doesn't just start unless it was coming out of a driveway because it lives over there. Like, what?
Affidavit.
So as I said, the command center was established at the Moscow Police Department. The command center consisted of myself and numerous partners from the FBI and the Idaho State Police. We were all co-located there at Moscow. We also had individual sections assigned to do various tasks, collect video, conduct interviews, so on and so forth. The majority of those people were also co-located at the Moscow Police Department. So as the process for developing this affidavit began, those people would just come into the command center and relay information that was deemed to be critical or important. The reason for that was to shorten the chain of information to make sure that the folks, myself and my partners in the command post, got the clearest view of what the investigators on the ground were actually retrieving and learning as this went on. As they relay that to me, I input that into the affidavit.
And is that standard to rely on what other investigators tell you when you're applying for warrants?
Absolutely.
Wait, hold on.
Troy highway towards Troy. Isn't it true we've turned over surveillance video for fast food restaurants,
Yes,
gas stations?
yes,
And now US 95 towards Coeur d'Alene. Isn't it true we've turned over surveillance video for hardware stores,
yes,
gas stations?
yes,
Now, what about US 95 towards Lewiston? Isn't it true we've turned over surveillance video for gas stations,
yes,
as well as apartments?
yes.
Ashley Jennings, show some respect and stand the fuck up, Ashley Jennings. I just wanted to hear that again. Ashley.
Possible. We also had individual sections assigned to do various tasks, collect video, conduct interviews, so on and so forth.
Okay,
The
here we go.
majority of those people were also co-located at the Moscow Police Department. So as the process for developing this affidavit began, those people would just come into the command center and relay information that was deemed to be critical or important. The reason for that was to shorten the chain of information to make sure that the folks, myself and my partners in the command post, got the clearest view of what the investigators on the ground were actually retrieving and learning as this went on.
So they came right to you. Okay, so you're sitting there, hey, you're going to report right to me what you found, what your interviews, but And so you sat there and you kept adding to the search warrant or just the affidavit as you learned things, just like I said.
As they relay that to me, I can put that into the affidavit.
I put that in the affidavit.
Is that standard to rely on what other investigators tell you when you're applying for warrants?
Absolutely.
Yeah, but he can't name
And
them.
is that what you did?
Yes, ma'am.
But he
And
can't
is
name
what
them.
you relied upon detailed in your probable cause affidavit?
Yes.
Now, talking about the timing advance records, are you aware that AT&T didn't provide timing advance records in December of 2022?
I do not remember.
Are you aware that they did not start providing those records until May of 2023?
Objection relating.
Cross-examination.
It is overruled. Go ahead.
He was about to
I'll
sustain
re-ask.
it.
Are you aware that AT&T did not?
He was about to sustain it too. Of course, it's cross-examination. Of course, he was about to sustain it because he's like, "You're right." It's like, it is.
Start providing those records until May of 2023?
Yes.
I don't have anything further.
Thank you. Ms.
Get
Taylor.
him, get a man. Thank you. Go get him.
Let's start there. May of 2023. Do you have timing advance records now from May of 2023?
I would have to direct you to Detective Mallory to answer that question. Don't know.
Okay. Did you write a new warrant for them in May of 2023?
I do not recall.
If you included them in two separate warrants in December of 2022, but they didn't provide them, why would you do that?
It was the language that was suggested to me to write the affidavit. So
Language suggested by an FBI agent.
Wait, right there. Fuck yes. Listen to this, you guys.
command post got the clearest view of what the investigators on
South on US 95.
Okay, hold on.
Two separate warrants in December of 2023.
I would have to direct you to Detective Mallory to answer that question. Don't know.
Okay. Did you write a new warrant for them in May of 2023?
I do not recall.
Here it is.
If you included them in two separate warrants in December of 2022, but they didn't provide them, why would you do that?
It was the language that was suggested to me to write the affidavit. So
Language suggested by an FBI agent who's an expert in the field?
yes, ma'am.
Yes. And do you know if he saw the timing advance reports?
I do not know.
All right. Now, those first and second AT&T warrants.
So he put something in that didn't exist. Wait, explain this to me. How is he claiming to have these records for his warrant in December of 2022 if they were not turned over until May? And that's what she says. And she's like, well, what's the language here? Like, what? Oh, I was just told what to put in, so I just put it in there. This is unbelievable. This is horrible. You guys, this trial is gonna be like the bingo cards we come up with for this trial is gonna be off the hook.
For how many hours from receiving the return on the first one until the second one was given to Judge Marshall at 4:45?
Ooh.
I do not remember.
Not very many hours, though. Would that be fair?
Likely not.
So you didn't look at them.
I want to talk a little bit more about the video and what's been turned over and what hasn't been turned over to.
Not that many hours. Jeez. How the fuck did they have they wouldn't have even. You're telling me that AT&T got back to them and gave them everything within literally an hour? Maybe two.
And I want to focus a little bit on South US 95. do you recall that south of Moscow on US 95 is the path that you put in your search warrant and affidavit alleging that Brian Koberger left Moscow going south on US 95?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And are you aware that one of the videos that you gave us, the coffee shop there on South 95, that leaving Moscow, you'd have to pass that covers 5 a.m. to 6 a.m.?
I do not recall the time frame for that.
And so the time frame in these videos would matter, right?
Certainly.
The time frame in the videos to be meaningful would need to cover a time that surrounds the allegations against Mr. Koberger. Is that fair to say?
You can say that, yes.
Okay.
You can say that?
And are you aware that Wasankari Construction had a video, and that also has a very limited time frame, like 5 a.m., just 1 hour of video also?
Sounds vaguely familiar, yes.
And that's also south on Highway 95, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And the one we talked about today, Monday's machine that nobody could find, that clearly was given to Moscow Police Department, that's also south on 95.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I understand that you had a lot of help on canvassing and collecting things. There was a lot to do. But as the lead agent and the lead department, is there some kind of inventory of these videos, like a general inventory that would help me know what you have and why you don't have the relevant timeframes?
The inventory that would be most useful to you is the inventory of evidence that has been booked into the Moscow Police Department. That's the inventory.
And I did come see the evidence. That's fair. I did come see the evidence. We didn't watch videos together though, did we?
No, ma'am.
And would you agree that that evidence is on thumb drives with stickies on papers that tell us different things, but not like an inventory of what's on each thumb drive?
I am not aware of an inventory of each individual thumb drive.
Okay.
You don't know how to list
So
that in
for us to
Excel
do that
sheet?
together would take some days to inventory it all together. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's my best way to try to find this Monday's machine
Sure.
and Wasankari Construction.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's it. Thanks.
5 a.m. has nothing to do with this.
On that,
Oh, just one second.
They went and retrieved video surveillance for 5 a.m. Oh boy, do I have so much to fucking say. And I will pat myself. Dumpster fire coming January 23rd. That's all I got. I don't really care what Ashley Jenny has to say, if she has anything to say. Cyray says the wheels fell off, and I'm going to let him say the wheels fell off.
They're on it and they put their software in it and then they sell it to the FBI. But ultimately it is a Roden Schwartz piece of hardware.
And once you have that piece of hardware, once you have this device, does it just work forever, or is there anything that has to be done to ensure it's working properly?
It is a technical piece of equipment that takes measurements. It is required to be calibrated. The best way that for probably everybody in the courtroom to think of, if we go a little old school, is the old breath test. If you had a DUI and law enforcement couldn't produce the calibration records of the breath test, it was really problematic. Similar thing here. We want to see that the device is calibrated. In this case, it's really important because, keep in mind, I reviewed thousands of these drive tests over my career. There is a significant gap that I believe there's something malfunctioning in the equipment, or the operators are just not paying attention. I can't tell you which one it is. So in this case, the calibration records to show that that device is functioning properly are really critical.
Do we have those calibration records on the device that was there more than one device used?
There's actually 2 devices used.
And was this drive test done on just one day? Is this a one-time shot?
No, I think there's maybe 5 days total that I've seen drive test data collected.
Okay.
So now let's talk about the calibration for this instrument or this machine. Did we get records for?
Look at certain columns in this AT&T tower list.
Act like you're a probation officer, case 8.
CDRs, the full 6 months. A tower list to make some conversions that I'm seeing on the report. And also drive test data should be another form of source data. And then a mapping platform to ingest the drive test data into to analyze it to create these shapes that are then put into the draft report.
Okay.
Love you, Nancy.
I think I have that.
Oh my God,
Do
you guys
we
just hear
have
that?
the same call detail records that Nick Valance used to create his draft report?
Yes, well, I believe so.
Do those records appear to come from the December 23rd, 2022 to AT&T warrants?
I would say primarily the second warrant from what I've reviewed.
And is that because the cast draft report spans the full 6 months of those records?
That is correct.
Okay. And those records, did those come from the second AT&T search warrant?
That is also correct.
Bye-bye affidavit.
Can you tell anything about the tower report or how the tower information was used by Agent Nick Valance?
The tower identifiers that are predominantly used, not exclusively, but predominantly used in the cast draft report did not come from the report AU. If there's a conversion that can be made, and someone would have to have the national AT&T tower list, or at least the regional list. And I would take information from the CDRs. I would look at certain columns in this AT&T tower list, and I could get certain identifiers that are now being populated to the cast report, if that makes sense.
Do we have a copy of the tower list that you believe was used?
We recently received 4 different versions. And when I say versions, they're just by month. And I believe we have August, September, November, and maybe December, or maybe it's in October. I'd have to go back. So far, I've only had time to look at the November. And from what I can tell, all of that appears to be accurate.
Would we need the October or the missing month to be able to do our work accurately?
It's a really good practice. I'm sure that's why the FBI included it. If I'm mapping records over a long period of time, like in this case, 6 months, I do want to see the different versions of the tower list to make sure that if a change was made within the network during that 6-month period, a tower I map in July may map differently in November. So it is important to have that data.
We have 4 of 6 months, but not the other 2.
Correct. It would be helpful to even maybe see May, because there may not have been an update made in late June, early July. So May's would be what I would start with.
Can you tell if drive testing was done to create that cast draft?
Yes, there's images in the latter part of the report up around slides 100 and above. I believe there's a total of 4 images that were populated to that report that would require drive testing.
When somebody's doing drive testing, do you expect data to be produced?
Absolutely. Creating a work product that uses drive testing and then coming into court and testifying without the drive testing is no different than creating an exhibit like this and then saying, well, we don't have to produce the AT&T records that created this. The source data for drive testing is the drive test.
Do we have the drive testing that was done by the FBI to help create that report?
We have what I believe is the majority. There are some significant pieces missing. I can't say that those missing pieces exist and haven't been turned over, or they were erroneously not collected. I don't know which, but there are some pretty significant pieces that are missing.
I'm going to ask you some questions about that. But first, I want to know when you first saw drive testing data that was produced to us in Discovery. What did that cover?
I found a file in the discovery, I want to say early December, that included drive test, but it was about a 3-minute sample that covered less than a quarter of a mile in a completely irrelevant location. So it added no value to my analysis at all.
What were you looking for? What time frame and
3
location were
minutes.
you looking for based on the CAPS draft report review?
Remember the 2 days
I would
of the 2
expect
addresses?
significant drive testing around any location that coverage maps were being used in the CAS report. I would expect significant documentation on potential routes that this device may have taken. I would expect significant documentation on the crime scene.
That's why he was in town, bitches.
You just told us that you think we have most of it, but there's some significant parts that are missing.
Yeah, and I want to qualify that just so it's really clear, because I understand it's starting to get very technical. There's over 500,000 lines of data that was turned over. So I'll make it clear, there's a lot of data that has been produced. I would say, in my opinion, looking at what's been produced, probably 2 or 3% is missing, but it's not the amount of data or the time of the data, it's the locations of the data. Some of the most significant locations in this case we're missing some data.
Those significant locations, have they been depicted or captured on the CAS draft report?
They have.
And tell me what those locations are. What are we missing?
I am unable to find any measurements along, I believe it's 270, the Moscow-Pullman Road. If you drove the most direct route from Pullman to Moscow or vice versa, pretty much as soon as you're leaving Pullman to the time that you arrive in Moscow, we are missing that entire stretch. And if there's ever been a case that we need to look at, what does it look like when a phone travels from Pullman to Moscow? This is probably the case. We have the neighborhood around the crime scene, but we don't have the crime scene. Normally that wouldn't be too terribly significant, because if it's a flat area, there's not a lot of vegetation or mountains, you could probably interpret the same. The location of this crime scene is very unique because it sits on a mountain. Part of it is shielded by a mountain. There's a lot of other big, thick, dense apartment buildings there. Your phone is going to behave differently inside of that residence than it might on the road behind the residence or in front of the residence. I can't find any drive test data that actually encapsulates any part of the property.
Unbelievable. Fucking believable.
You talked about the device that helps do the driving testing, or that captures the data while you're doing the driving testing. What's that called again?
It's a drive test scanner. The most common one used in law enforcement is created by Road and Schwartz, that same company I referred to earlier. I'm familiar with the hardware that the FBI uses, and it is a Road and Schwartz scanner.
Is it called Gladiator?
Gladiator is the company that sells the product to the FBI. Gladiator actually buys this product from Road and Schwartz, and it does what they call white labeling. So they buy the hardware from Road Schwartz, and they kind of slap their sticker on it, and they put their software in it, and then they sell it to the FBI. But ultimately, it is a Road and Schwartz piece of hardware.
And once you have that piece of hardware, once you have this device, does it just work forever, or is there anything that has to be done to ensure it's working properly?
It is a technical piece of equipment that takes measurements. It is required to be calibrated. The best way that for probably everybody in the courtroom to think of, if we go a little old school, is the old breath test. If you had a DUI and law enforcement couldn't produce the calibration records of the breath test, it was really problematic. Similar thing here. We want to see that the device is calibrated.
The FBI agents using this machine weren't properly trained to do the drive test data, or to do the drive testing and collect data.
I know of the 2 FBI agents from prior lives. I believe they're properly trained.
So we're looking at either the machine itself isn't functioning properly, or could that data have been pulled out of what we got?
If we're talking about possible scenarios that would cause the shortcoming of data,
listen up.
Maybe it was never captured in the first place. I can't speak to that. the machine erring, at least during one portion of this drive test, I've seen similar errors before. I'm pretty sure they had a small period of time where it had been a very busy day and it kind of gave up for a little while, like any computer will, and needed to be reset. Could things be extracted and us not know? It's always possible. I can't rule that out.
Is the missing data important to you to fulfill your duties in Mr. Koberger's case?
I don't recall when I got involved in this case on the day where I could actually start looking at evidence. I've had a concern since the very first day I saw the cast draft report that there are significant errors in the drive testing. It was before I even saw the drive testing. I can look at the coverage areas and I can tell you they're wrong. So yes, it's not a concern that they're wrong. People make mistakes. We can fix things. It's a concern that I still don't have the source data that any expert, not just myself, but anybody could sit down and look at and say, okay, I see what's happening here. Here's how we fix this. Unfortunately, that mistake has a ripple effect, and I'm seeing multiple errors that are happening as a result. So that's why this data is important, is we've reached a point that we need to determine, is this just human error? Is this accidental? Is it intentional? Is there other things at play here that's changing this narrative to where there's clearly some manipulation of the original data?
Oh, shit! And having that data, will that help us answer that question?
It's the only way we're going to answer that question.
All right, I have just a couple of other questions for you, and I'm going to depart the cast report and the drive test data a little bit. Except, as an investigator or as a person doing an analysis of this case, did the drive test data tell you where a phone traveled to indicate other investigation that you should do?
Technically, the call detail records tell us that. The drive test data help us become more accurate with that. AT&T is one of the best companies in this particular situation to show device movement because we get a constant connection. So when, and I will emphasize, when all of the data is mapped, and I'm talking about the CDRs, we can get a really good idea. Hey, a phone traveled north for 10 miles and then it traveled east. The drive test data would actually allow us to replicate and recreate these tower handoffs that we're seeing to come up with that first theory to now we can say, in order to do this and hit these towers in the sequence that it did, it has to be driving on this highway. And then when it went east, it most likely turned onto this highway. So the drive test data helps us get very specific with what the CDRs mean.
As an investigator in performing an analysis work done in this case, when you have the CDRs, the call detail records that tell you where a phone's been, is that useful in directing your investigation to what other evidence might be out there, like videotapes?
I have to qualify my answer because I'm not sure if you're asking specifically for this case or in general. Yes, you map all of the data. And especially if you're going to justify 6 months worth of data on somebody's cell phone, you map every single connection that there is in those records. From what I have reviewed, the FBI mapped 6% of the data that came in.
Oh,
Mallory's testimony and what I've seen through here, he was up to about 18%. So by either standard, more than 80% on both accounts were never mapped or accounted for. And I'm not talking overall from every single day for 6 months. I'm talking about the time frames that are chosen. So for example, this time period that's represented here is where I'm getting the 18%.
And that's the 48 hours?
This is specifically from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. on the morning of the 13th, arguably the most critical time period of this entire investigation. They mapped a handful of connections. When I say handful, they mapped 18%. When you add the other 82%, it tells a much more detailed story. When we put the drive test data on top of that, you can get even more refined. But to answer your question on any case, that's this case, on any case, and we teach best practices. We've established best practices going back to 2008 in law enforcement of what you do with this type of data. It is a terrible practice to justify probable cause for this very detailed call detail records that give breadcrumb-like trails for individuals and then not map it. We justify an entire probable cause statement saying we have to have this.
Boom. There you go. He just used the word probable cause. Like, this is all about the probable cause. This is all about probable cause. This is all about, wow. This is so bad. This is so fucking bad. I keep saying it, man. If he killed these 4 kids and these cops did this shit and he walks, or vice versa, like, I'd be so pissed if I was a parent.
Breadcrumb-like trails for individuals and then not map it. We justify an entire probable cause statement saying we have to have this. Not mapping it and then making decisions and work products with leaving that out is extremely problematic.
Fuck your PCA. Fuck your PCA.
Last week, we received some additional records that Detective Mowry found when he was preparing for his testimony on this mission to health. Have you had a chance to review those records?
I have. A couple of them are very technical, so I'm not going to say that I've mastered them yet, but I have a good idea of what was provided and what it means.
Based on your, I guess, not as thorough as you'll do review of these records, do you have a sense as to whether these records matter to us and what we're doing to defend Mr. Koberger?
Given the timing of these records, from what I can tell in the emails that were produced by Detective Mowry, these records were generated on the 23rd of December. It's when everything starts with probable cause statements. If I had to pick a time when the wheels fell off the wagon, that's the date. There are statements. Given the timing of these records, from what I can tell in the emails that were produced by Detective Mowry,
sorry,
these
muted.
records were generated on the 23rd of December. It's when everything starts with probable cause statements. If I had to pick a time when the wheels fell off the wagon, that's the date. There are statements and there's assumptions made in the records that
Boom! If I had to pick a day that the wheels fell off the wagon in this fucking case, December 23rd, 2024, this is why you guys came here, or December 2022, you guys, gonna end on this note here. Boom! I got the case, scheduling order and the order for sealing state's motion to extend no contact orders and amend no contact orders. In preparation for hearing on ICR 12 motion scheduled to begin on January 23rd, 2025, the court hereby orders number 1. The defendant shall disclose its witnesses, exhibits, and expert opinions, if any, to the court and state by January 9th. The state shall disclose its witnesses, exhibits, and expert opinions, if any, to the court and defense by January 16th. The defendant shall disclose any rebuttal disclosures to the court and the state by January 21st, and we will be at it on January 23rd. You guys, December 23rd, that's when we started throwing around probable cause, Mr. Koberger, probable cause, like, just lying rat bastards one more time for Annie in the back seat there, Annie Potts.
Given the timing of these records, from what I can tell in the emails that were produced by Detective Mowry, these records were generated on the 23rd of December. It's when everything starts with probable cause statements. If I had to pick a time when the wheels fell off the wagon, that's the date. There are statements and there's assumptions made in the records that will never be supported by the data. There's a lot of claims that are said in these emails, and even the name files of the records are problematic.
The name files of the records. That's why Anne is announcing those name files when she's asking the questions. He said, he chuckles. He's like, this is never gonna, like, I don't care what you supply. So do we think that Cyree is going to be there? 100. Cyree will be there on January 23rd. He has to be there. He's the person that's going to say this is all bullshit. He mentions, so he says the words email right there. He's referring to these emails, these idiots talking back and forth. And it's over here just like, why are you guys emailing if you're 30 feet from each other?
Off the wagon, that's the date. There are statements and there's assumptions made in the records that will never be supported by the data. There's a lot of claims
never
that
be
are
supported.
said in these emails, and even the name files of the records are problematic. It does not represent what it's claimed to represent.
Holy shit.
Sounds like those might be pretty important to us defending Mr. Koberger.
I could give examples, but I know it's a very technical thing, so I'm not. It could be extremely impactful to either side. I'm not saying just in defending Mr. Koberger. It could be extremely impactful in prosecuting Mr. Koberger. The problem's the problem, not what the data helps or hurts.
The content of the data, though.
Spoken like a true
to us in representing
expert
Mr.
there.
Koberger.
It absolutely is helpful. Everything that I've seen to date is concerning to me because it's exculpatory, and I need to clarify this.
Oh my God.
When all
everything
of the
that I have
records are
seen
produced
to date,
and the dust settles,
no one is listening to what this man is saying. Everybody is in La La Land. Mainstream media just is like, and everybody, the first thing, how can we go and discredit this man? How can we go and discredit Cyree? You guys, why aren't we asking ourselves, what are these little midgets doing that are running Moscow, Idaho? Okay. And I'm short, so probably taller than pain, but this is ridiculous. This is exculpatory. The word is not like, this could be something. No, everything that he's seen to date when this happened, this is exculpatory for Mr. Koberger. And for him to use that language, come on. Like, hello.
and I have time to review it, I reserve the right to say, no, now I'm seeing everything. Here's what I'm seeing. Because of the piecemealing of the data, because of the missing data, because of data that I'm reviewing that is incredibly inaccurate, everything
it's incredibly inaccurate. Jeez.
that is missing is absolutely in the benefit of the defense right now. There's other reports that I believe are missing that I can't tell you are in the benefit of Mr. Koberger or in the benefit of the state. If I was contacted on December 1st by Moscow Police Department, there are things I would have absolutely said, you get this today. Do not hesitate, and especially come December 23rd. Not because of who it's helpful for, but because those documents are the only things we're going to get that's going to be able to allow us to interpret what it really means. When we don't get those documents and we piecemeal things, it creates this narrative that is very harmful for the defense's case. As I've got more documents, I'm finding it's not harmful for the defense's case. There's a lot of misstatements that have been made. So yes, to your question, to date, it is very helpful for Mr. Koberger. I reserve the right to change that opinion in 6 months, depending on what type of documents are released and what's out there.
Fair enough. I need just a minute, but I don't think I have any other questions.
Thank you.
That's how you testify. That's unbiased as fuck.
Mr. Ray, thank you. I don't have any other questions right now, but hold on. The prosecutor might.
All right. Ms. Taylor, Lieutenant.
No, no, I don't have any questions at this time.
You don't have any questions at this time.
No
Questions. This is they're gonna.
Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Mr. Ray, you're free to stay, you're free to leave if you like. Sure. Thank you.
I miss Judge.
Another witness?
Your Honor, we do not have any other witnesses, and we have argument for the court.
Okay.
All right, and that's where we're gonna end it. So January 23rd, gonna be Elizabeth. I'm gonna be doing a small recap video of this video, and I'll be dropping it. It's just the beginning portion that goes over December 23rd. The wheels fell off. The wheels fell off because now we just straight lying. Now we just straight. You guys have lost your minds. I don't know who all got together in a group message and said, all right, this is what we're going to do. You know what I mean? Like, that's when he's saying the wheels fell off. The wheels fell off because somebody started doing stupid shit. Like, these people aren't this. Cyril knows these FBI agents, and they're not inept like this. They know how to run a fucking machine, the drive test. They know what they're doing. They're not going to interpret the shit. I just want to know how far off we're talking. Like, are we talking like Payne literally thought he would get up here and just fucking lie? Like, blatantly lie? You know? And people have asked me what I think should happen if they did. Fucking, what do you mean, what do I think? I don't think that the FBI or any local law enforcement or state police should be able to do anything like this. You fuck around, you find out. This case should go. Like, and if I were these parents, I would sue the living pants off of these people. I mean, this is prosecutorial misconduct. This is criminal. Think about if I or you tried to set me up. Neither one of us are cops, but I tried to set you up for a crime that you did not commit, right? I frame you. Would I get in trouble for that? Fuck yeah, I would. It's criminal. This is criminal activity. This is organized crime. That's how I feel about this. And everybody can say out there, like, what do you know? This is just the defense. This is just people doing this. They're just doing their job, or they're trying to. I don't see any of that here. Okay. I don't. That's like somebody saying in the Karen Reed case that like John O'Keefe, his arm, and that he was hit by a fucking vehicle. That man wasn't hit by no vehicle. Okay. What's gonna happen to Proctor? Proctor's gonna lose his job, right? So I think people should lose their jobs. I think Karen Reed's case should be tossed. I think it's Brady. I think the inverted video is a Brady violation, okay? And it should go. No retry of Karen Reed. It was a Brady violation. I don't understand it. But here, Alec Baldwin's case gets thrown, right? So, December 23rd, 2022, the wheels fell off. They wrote it. To the wheels fell off, man. And you just have to ask yourself, why? Why would you have to do any of this? Oh my God, you got your guy. It came back. So now, like, but guess what? It's because the phone data wasn't. That's not what the phone data was. But they were hell bent on. I'm not going to sit here and tell you what I think these fucking assholes did. I can't think like them because I'm not stupid. This is stupidity. This is illegal. You guys, if they do this in cases like this, what do you think they do in cases that aren't this? Okay? That's my answer. I hate people like making the excuses. Like, stop making excuses for this. This is horrible. I'm telling you, people are going to be in for a rude awakening on January 23rd. And if people want to make excuses, they're going to make excuses. But I love how it's all coming down to these search warrants, though. Go back and check all my videos back in the day. I broke down all these search warrants and I said, what the hell is going on here? I was like, what? This is the sloppiest shit I've ever seen. This stuff doesn't even make any sense. These dates. Why are you holding on to search warrants? I was all over that Reddit shit. I said, how did you get to Brian Kober? How did you get to him? How did you get probable cause? And that's what it comes back to, is that they didn't get to him. We don't know how they got to him. Yeah, we do. They got back IGG. I have no idea if they even used IGG, guys. I'm telling you what. That'd be one really good way to hide behind how you truly got to somebody, is to say that you used IGG. Think about it. Ooh. I don't think that this should ever go in front of a jury, because the jury's not going to understand any of this shit. You don't stand a prayer when this type of shit goes in front of a jury. You're going to lose. Okay? Because unfortunately, our world right now is in shambles. You have to prove that you're innocent. There's no innocent until proven guilty. It's the opposite. So you better start defending yourself differently in the courtroom. Bring back government class. I'm so embarrassed of the God. I'm just so embarrassed by, like, our jury system is actually amazing. Okay? Like, we are the last layer of defense for corruption. We the people, okay? We're the last freaking layer. So, like, even if the judges want to pull some shit, or like the prosecutors, or like defense, we're the last layer. And then here we have jurors, like, how, if you think that anybody on this jury could see the evidence that would be put up you guys think that Karen Reed's innocent? Okay. Karen Reed's at the crime scene. Karen Reed is at the crime scene. Like, we can put her there. She puts herself there, right? Brian Kober, I'm just saying, you want to talk about evidence. There is no evidence against this man. Except what? This alleged sheath. And then you see all of this shit. They fucking lied about the travels of a phone and the movements of a white car to literally railroad somebody. And so if you think, and if it comes back that that's exactly what happened, you sit here and you want to still stand by that sheath, it basically proves that you've given me reason to doubt the sheath and anything that would be on it by that, right? By you lying. A lot of time to plant a sheath because 911 wasn't called until noon. I sat in two trials recently. And if this case was in Indiana, first of all, they would never have used IGG. Number one. Number two, they couldn't get anything. That lab worker, she's an expert, damn 18-year experience, she couldn't get shit in Delphi. I'm telling you of that. I'm going to see how much it costs to get just her testimony, because that is something that I want to read to you guys before this trial starts. I will pay for it. I just want her testimony. I want the transcripts to the DNA expert in Delphi. I couldn't believe what I was listening to when she was testifying, because I'm like, what are they talking about in Idaho? Like, so sad. Anyways, thank you guys. You guys rock. Appreciate you. Thank you everybody for the super chats, super stickers. Make sure that check your calendars. January 23rd. We'll be here. I expect it to be a pretty decent long day. With the Idaho 4 case. Tomorrow morning, join me. We'll see how things play out with I'll be covering the Karen Reed case. I'll set a thumbnail now. So, all right, guys, take care. Peace. Thank you, mods. Appreciate you. Leave your touch DNA on the way out. Get up to speed on this case. Like, you cannot just go around saying, oh, well, I mean, if not him, who else? Are you guys kidding me? What do you mean? If not him, who else? Well, right now, I'm really looking heavily into the police, because why the fuck would they do this? Who do the police need to cover for? How about them frats? How about the frats that make the school a ton of money? How about the sororities? Can't even. All right, guys, good night.